don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue? I'm feeling kinda used, yeah, like a drug that you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue? I'm doing everything he doesn't do, but I'm still not enough. Even your parents know I'm good for you, but I'm still not enough. You wanna be done with him, you're stuck with him, 'cause you don't have the guts. And after all I've done, I'm still not enough. Still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left here with you. Say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue?
Welcome, everybody, to the ECL Asia Division. We are here for playoffs, continuing them on, of course. It is day 3 now of the playoff stages, so we're really starting to get into it. The team's starting to get separated out. We are sticking with the upper bracket side of things for today. Looking forward to getting into yet another great game, of course. This one between Rare Atom and LVGCSGO. So far, it's been a pretty clean run from both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, these two are arguably two of the best and most consistent within Challenger League. I mean, this has been very regularly kind of a finals matchup, or at least a very upper bracket finals type matchup. And it's not really a surprise to see them here. I mean, I guess the only option you could talk about is maybe the Mongols, but right now their run of form and their current form just doesn't seem to be the Mongols that we know and love. So Atom taking them down 2-0 and pretty easily 2-0 yesterday sets up a very spicy upper bracket here. Of course, the Mongols now drop into the lower bracket where they'll take on who are primed and ready and have had multiple upsets in their fairly tenured career over the last year. Teams like OG at ESL Challenger Melbourne, they even meant to do it domestically as well. So Mongols could be in a little bit of trouble. If they want to be continuing their run towards the final, they've got to go all the way through that lower stage. We're here in the upper bracket, LVGCSGO Rare Atom. This one's spicy.
Yeah, LVGCSGO, of course, winning last season, coming first over Wings Up. It is worth mentioning from last season, though, Rare Atom were in the running for playoffs, but then had to give up their spot probably for Pro League, maybe it might have clashed with. I'm not entirely sure. I can't remember off the top of my head, but definitely an international event that came up for Rare Atom that meant that they had to dip out. So interesting to consider. This may well have been a matchup that we would have seen last season and could have put a stop to LVGCSGO, but it didn't happen, and LVGCSGO obviously took the victory there in last season of ESL Challenger League. So we'll see. Obviously, a great game on the cards here. Two of the better individuals as well for the entire league, I would say.
Yeah.
Jam Young over on Rare Atom, I think a lot of people starting to get recognized with his name. And then Starry, maybe backed up a bit by West Melon as well on the LVGCSGO side of things, are some of the individuals that are really, really impressive and I think have looked very good across the course of the entire season.
Yeah, you're absolutely spotted as well. And of course, these two sides have already played once this season. That was back in week 5. And Rare Atom, well, they battered them pretty easily. It was 2-0, and it wasn't in that second map all that close. It was a 16-5 on Overpass. Number 1 was a 16-14. That one was pretty damn close. But yeah, now map number 2 of Overpass, 16-5. It was a massacre. And similar to what we saw yesterday against the Mongols, I think now we're starting to see that Overpass, very, very strong pick for Rare Atom. And that's a map that they can just tuck into the back pocket. But the good thing about Rare Atom is they actually have a very deep map pool. They technically float a 7 map pool. However, they're not strong in all of them. And they kind of, because of their weaknesses here and there, depending on the veto, they more or less always have a pretty predictable insta-ban coming through. So the thing for me is kind of when we get towards in a little bit of time, that veto is going to be very, very important to kind of dictate where the narrative of this story is going to go. We looked at yesterday's veto against the Mongols, and from the offset, we said this massively favors Rare Atom, right? And it came down to a point of if the Mongols can't take Mirage, it's a coin flip, it's anybody's game. If they can't take it, there's no chance. Only at 2-0. That's exactly what happened. That map veto from start to finish looks so good for Rare Atom, and if it went to a third map, chances are Rare Atom would have absolutely battered Mongols anyway. So coming in towards this one, we're hoping maybe LVGCSGO had a little bit of time to look over it, kind of realize the mistakes of the Mongols yesterday, and coming towards this one with maybe some sort of idea, some trick up their sleeve to give them an advantage.
Yeah, perhaps. I think for me, it still does feel like Rare Atom are going to be the clear favorite coming into this one. Again, form looking absolutely fantastic, but just generally speaking, I think that they are the strongest team in the region right now. And yesterday's game maybe feeding into that, proving that a little. They're really looking strong, really coming together nicely, and I think it is going to be difficult, very, very difficult indeed for LVGCSGO to get the leg up on them. But we'll see, right? We'll see. LVGCSGO, of course, a pretty versatile team in their own right, and a very clean group stage coming through from them as well, topping out that Group A side of things in terms of win-loss, but also in terms of the round differential and stuff like that. So I think certainly LVGCSGO are a pretty scary contender here. You can't write them off. And yeah, looking to defend their championship from last season, of course. So I think that'll spur them forwards even more into this matchup. So certainly interested to see whether they can hold off, whether they can keep things together, and indeed how things look in terms of the veto, in terms of where that goes. I know that they're a big fan of maps like Overpass and Inferno, Vertigo within the region as well. So they do have a fair few options to work with, to say the least.
For sure.
So yeah, hopefully when we get into that veto, we'll get a bit of a better picture of how things are going to go down.
Yeah, the big thing for me is just being the fact that it kind of seems at the moment the thorn in the side and the real kryptonite over towards LinVision is Rare Atom, right? And that's kind of been a story that we've seen over time. When we look towards qualifiers, it kind of always has been Rare Atom just at the edge on LinVision. I do now hear that we do have the veto ready, so we're going to actually head in towards that one and have a look at how things pan out. He's going to be Nuke coming up first, picked by Rare Atom. It's a map which is a bit of a fan favorite for them. And of course, for me personally, Anubis, a very good map for LinVision, a map in which we've actually even covered them recently in some of these qualifiers. I think we did them in the ESL Challenger qualifiers recently, and they were very, very strong on it, alongside actually another side like Eruption, who are also very, very good. I have to mention on Anubis. But LinVision, this is a map where they're really trying to cater in towards their pool. And if we need it, Inferno. As the age-old anecdote says, all good best threes are decided on Inferno. And this one, the way it's panning out, actually, that Inferno might be called upon. I think both of these two sides should, in theory, take their own map picks.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? Rare Atom, we are as yet to really see them out on the Anubis. They don't play it an awful lot, and when they have played it, they've actually lost things out. One of their bigger defeats has actually been to LinVision on that map. Yeah. So it certainly does look like LinVision know what they're doing, know what they're picking into. Maybe Rare Atom have worked on it, but it's a tough map to get under your belt, so to speak. So I think that we certainly do worry a little bit for Rare Atom there. So it feels like, yeah, it should be a 3-mapper. All things considered, I think I'm fairly happy with the way that veto goes down. Interested to see how the Nuke looks. We've got some pretty strong maps from Rare Atom, because they try and indeed have that 7-map pool. Obviously looked good on Overpass yesterday. They've got a little bit of preference on Ancient at the moment, but Nuke seems to be the one that they want to move towards. Maybe indeed, they know a bit more than we do in terms of how the LinVision Nuke looks like in light of how things have been going for LinVision in the regular season.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, this matchup comes down to two key people on each side. It's Jamyong and Starry. This is the matchup, and it kind of always has been the matchup between these two sides. It's the battle of the riflers, the battle of the entry fraggers, and the battle of the stars. That's what it comes down to. These two, whoever pops off the most, more often than not, is kind of that difference maker. We look at the support riflers, and granted, Rare Atom probably have an arguably a stronger support rifler in the likes of Mercury compared to Westmelon. However, both of them can have their moments in the spotlight. Mazea as well can step up when called upon. Karzes and Orpa is pretty damn scary too. So all in all, I think for me, Rare Atom are the favourites here, but this one's going to be pretty damn tough to call. Either way, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to first one to a break. When we are back, we go straight underway to Rare Atom's map pick. It's Nuke coming up next. It's the upper bracket finals. We'll see you all after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome into Nuke. Lin Vision starting off on the CT side here, as it is Rare Atom's map pick. So, waiting to see what they can deliver for us here. Interested to get into this matchup, a game that has played out earlier on in the season, and indeed was maybe missed off last playoffs as Rare Atom were not here. Lin Vision, they managed to take the victory last season, so they'll be looking to stay in this upper bracket and fight for their championship once again.
So let's see. These two sides, bit of history between them as well. They're both been vying for the top of the throne in this region. And Starry's going to kick-start things, dropping Mercury. Such an important kill. Rare Atom getting space down towards B, and Zaka going to respect it. Julie's at range. Not exactly the best guns for this sort of a situation. But now he's basically just banking on rotations. And here is the first one. Jamion versus Starry, the first fight. That's going to mean a lot. It's Starry done another to his tally. A brilliant pistol going the way of Envision right now. And it's all down to, well, no one. In fact, it's flawless.
Brilliant way to kick off. Brilliant way to kick off, and I think they'll be absolutely chuffed with that as they come away with a few kills as well. So some of their players going to be fairly rich in here. A couple of them not having to buy the head armor and everything. So, you know, it is sometimes the little things, but it has such a perfect effect, especially because we're probably going to see some form of a force buy from Rare Atom, and indeed we are. Pretty much everybody on the Galil so far. I don't know if Advent will move down to try and get some utility. It would be a good idea, I think, and that is exactly what he's going for. Actually, all the way down onto a P250 so he can get a full belt of utility there. Nonetheless, still some scary rifles coming through from Rare Atom, and definitely potential for them to pick up the force buy here. So Lin Vision going to have to be on their best behavior.
That's it. So, Lin Vision a great start, and of course, really impactful to see Starry getting hot immediately. I think he's one of those players who is, of course, so talented, but the only problem that we've seen with Starry at times is that he can be a little bit quiet. To kickstart games takes a while to kind of get those gears going, let's call it. Mercury, full blinded by his teammate. In fact, he's going to have to hold up and wait, and he actually stops the entire group. Gives time for Zaka just to fall away, but he knows he's under pressure.
A scary prospect down there. They're thinking about headed down, but they actually pulled away. So the guessing game begins. Starry goes for a dry peek, catches Kaze. Nice way to kick things off for Lin Vision into the latter stage of this round. Waiting for Starry to overface towards Squeaky, and he does play into their hands perfectly. Still got to get through Amelia at the back end of the site, though, and this is a tough spot to deal with. Mercury will eventually get it, but now finds himself alone. Bomb plant coming in. All three of them moving in from heaven. I mean, could be an absolute bloodbath here, but you would assume that the trade should come through cleanly. Gets the first, second as well. Oh, Zaka. A couple bullets in that one. Nearly finds the triple spray down, but not going to happen today.
These rounds are close, man. They are seriously close. Every single one. You know, this is what these full buys are going to be like. I can mean a lot. If it comes down to the wire just like that, we could have a very interesting game. The pistol was an absolute blowout since the full buys come through. They're at him. You know, they got something in those back pockets. Mercury's an absolute cracker. So far, the only real one showing up. Need to see Jam Young find his form. And this game going to get increasingly more spicy. 2-0 start there, and of course, that does mean for Rare Atom that money is in the bins. They haven't really got anything to work with. Few pistols, bit of utility. All in all, nothing really in those utility belts to be all too scared about. Especially not in terms of the firepower anyway. Sorry, spams. Not going to find too much. It's Amelia. And up close. Wants to, at the very least, try and find that early kill. Starry can swing off contact, and all things considered, they might be under pressure here on towards A. Westman's full blind, but they find a kill nonetheless. There's a port of Amelia and G make it look easy. It's Jamio and Kaze all alone.
Definitely just going how you would expect in a round like this, so no worries from Lin Vision in that sense, as from time to time you can obviously see teams struggle a bit against the force buys and things like that, but so far they've looked okay. When it was a proper force buy, it was definitely close, but this is a good recovery and a good padding of the economy. Importantly, Kaze going to make his weight for this one, I think. Playing pretty slow. Just hoping that there is an overface, and well, his patience will indeed pay off. Even just finding one frag is pretty decent here. If he can get another one, it would be kind of ridiculous, but he's spotted out by Amelia, finished off. And there you have 3 rounds in a row for Lin Vision. So we'll see a buy back from Rare Atom. It's not perfect. They're also lacking cash, you know, not too many bomb plants and things like this. So starting to look very tough, even though we're in the early doors of this one.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Of course, this 4-buy does mean a lot, right? Rare Atom in towards the AKs. A lot more of a scary buy to come through. Those pistols not really causing too much of a fuss. It was pretty easily put to the wayside. Nate's gone towards our side. Starry going to try and take a lot of contact here. Flash at the back of that smoke, but he falls off the angle. Could have had a freebie down towards Advent. Might still just, but he will get pressure from a multitude of angles. And a deer in headlights, he just didn't know where to look. Advent will drop him. Here's the opening kill. Just an overextension there from Starry, who will cost him his life.
Bit of overconfidence, maybe. I mean, he's had a decent few rounds to begin with, and, well, the rest of the team seems to be falling into place in that sense. Everybody just taking the 1v1 fights. Rare Atom very, very ready for that. Zaka eventually finds his frag. Or maybe an opportunity, another one here going to present itself, and it's brought back down to a 2 versus 2 with him having bomb in hand. Mosier, thank goodness, is still in that kind of enigmatic position that's not really expected, so wonderful stuff. Zaka, though, now down to the 1v1, and Zaka looking for an ace from down below. Had a great round so far. Would be a hell of a thing if he can pull this one off. Going to give the bomb back across. It'll just be a straight-up 1v1 here. Bomb plant nice and open. Gives Jam Young the run of the mill. Zaka drops down. Making all the noise in the world. He doesn't have a kit available, so he is just going to have to play this one nice and aggressive. Hope that he can land the quick headshot. There's only really one area that he can be at this point. Tap onto the bomb. Face in for the fight. Jam Young, though, is able to play this one perfectly from the doors. And just takes him down with a nice timing. I don't think Zaka really had a chance there based on the positions. Either way, Rare Atom on the board.
And either way as well, really good round from Zaka, right? You got to give him his credit. Give him his flowers, a little 4K. Unfortunately, that 5th just eluded him to the hands of Jam Young. Really nicely played as well. Very calm. Measured temperaments as well. He's just jiggling on that angle. Has a flashbang to work with as well. All in all, with no utility for Zaka, that was always going to be his demise. If he had a smoke, it could have been a completely different story. Even one flash or a molly could have forced an engagement there. Not to be. First round collected by Rare Atom, and such an important one as well. It's caused a big damperment over towards that mood in the Lin Vision camp, especially in terms of their buy too. Triple M4 and MP9, and well, just a deagle for the Starboy. That will make things tough. They're going towards our side. A lot of space creators as well. G could be under pressure. Flash of his own to try and buy him a little bit of time. But little does he know, around the corner, Jam Young and Mercury wait. And he might not expect them. 4x3 could elude him. But he'll find Mercury. And now they know where he is.
This is a little dangerous now. Smoke goes down. Going to keep them away from the action. Kaze was trying to get a return frag, and he's just, unfortunately, kept away. Jam Young. Oh my goodness! What? Oh no. Did he even land a single bullet?
I
think Jam Young has just had the worst spray down I've seen in years. Oh god.
I want to say one of those things, you know, like we've all been there, but I don't think we have. That was a rough one.
I don't know. I don't know, mate. That's like 0 damage.
Tough to watch.
Just all over. He just started off with his crosshair in completely the wrong place. Goodness me.
Wrongly planted and Antikaze. Oh no, opting against it. Cost his life. Zaka deletes him. Actually, probably could have got the bomb down just for a little bit extra cash in the pockets, and actually maybe gonna mean they squeaked out a little bit of a better buy, maybe a half in towards the next spot, or if but to maybe. Hindsight is 2020, and of course that will mean Lin Vision. I'll pull away a little bit further. 3-round gap is not bad at all. Of course, considering that they probably should find a 5th here or extend further and further. The CT side is starting off super strong.
Got the Deagle in action. Kaze going to try and find a head here. Ooh, little tag does land. As things looking relatively good here. Amelia going to find a double spray down. Easy stuff. Advent. Oh, he's made his way down. He maybe could have bombed it for the bomb plan. He sticks up close with the Glock trying to get a cheesy frag. But nothing quite happening. And a flawless round for Invision.
Not bad. Expected though, to be honest, of course, with that lesser buy back in towards the full one. They're in desperate need of a T-side round right at the moment. They are looking shaky, to say the least. This T-side is not looking good. I normally like to say the golden number is 6. Griff, you've heard it a million times for those new around here. 6 rounds in your T-side for me, and it just feels like it's good enough. It gives you just some backbone to work with when you then swap halves, get a pistol, and hey, well, absolutely game on. Right now we're at him. That seems like a bit of a heavy ask. They are struggling. Flash on the corner. Starry should not pull away from it. You can actually respect a lot of this user being dropped here. Doesn't want to overextend. He's just learning from his mistakes of a few rounds ago. This time, actually, you'll get the support of West Melon who's lining up a nade. Oh, he just threw it anymore. Might have got some damage. Good flash from G. And it's Mercury to fall.
Clean stuff. Sorry, trying to spam back here. Actually, whoa, looking to get aggressive. Could have had a mouse one there, but deciding not to, wanting to play an up-close kind of angle here. Slowed way back down into the neutral game. They'll try and look towards outside on the Rare Atom side of things. Fairly confident in this play, and Starry with a complete positional change-up. Might not be expected down here. Oh, only half commits to the peak, though. Can't find any frags, but at the very least has gathered a lot of info to work with.
Starry, only waiting. He's expected that rotation down towards that lower side, but actually going to double back, and Amelia will hear all of this information from Altven. Time's ticking as well, and this is not looking good. If they can't clear Amelia properly, they're going to be in trouble, and he turns his back. Advent didn't even clear it. And in doing so, they're costing the round. I don't know what Advent's doing there. He opts in the direction. He's looking at Altven and turns away as the corner approaches. It's the opposite of what he should be doing, and of course, in doing so, gives Vision another freebie of a round. Never should be happening. Advent should always find that kill. And of course, well, Bob's your uncle. We're at not to a second. Losing that, gonna really cause a problem. 5-round deficit, and once again, stuck into a brutal buy. Few pistols, and of course, this is now where we start to talk about these ruts that you can get into, where the run of form is rough and it's continuously not looking too favorable, and this could be more of it. G takes a tag, but also will drop a kill on the pressure, just trying to stay alive now.
Yeah, got some support as well, so should be easy enough. They're actually completely backing away from the AWP, not really fancying their chances over there, sitting inside of smoke, looking to just walk out onto A in a second. Another smoke goes down, though, going to be a bit annoying. Nearly catching Starry, however. He will take a dink. Support comes around, though, and they should be able to mow this one down, keep this one held strong. Certainly looking that way, just Kaze left on the other side of this smoke. Don't know what he's after, really. A catch-off kind of play. West Melon spots him, though, so, you know. Not long for this world. This guy gets spammed down, finished off. Vision really tearing ahead here on this CT side, and Rare Atom. You start to get to the point, I think, like what you're kind of alluding to, what you're kind of saying is where you lose your confidence, and you're like, can we actually win a round here, or is this game just getting away from us? Is it just not our day? So you really have to try and keep it together. And interestingly enough, we've not seen a pause out from them, so they're just okay. Maybe I'll buy a lottery ticket today. But yeah, they're waiting a little bit long to pull this pause out, to say the least. So it's already problematic. They need to string 2 or 3 together here, I think, to revitalize this first half.
Yeah, right now we are in a position where they feel like there's a mental block over towards Rare Atom. They're their own worst enemy right now. They're getting in their own head. You can see them getting nervous and getting uncomfortable. And the big thing is, well, they probably should be getting nervous and uncomfortable because this is meant to be one of their strongest maps. We're looking in towards a kind of a world in which they kind of have to take this map pick. Anubis is such a strong pick for LVGCSG. And as history has shown us, LVGCSG know how to beat Rare Atom on Anubis too. So already doesn't instill you with that much confidence that things are going to go south here. So let's see. 6 rounds of deficits. Bye, once again, back out. Kaze in towards the AWP, but currently sits 1 and AT is struggling. Get impact on that T side, and Starry trying to be a nuisance once again towards that red crate position. Holding over towards Silo, knows someone's there. She's going to respect it and fall away.
Very quiet start here from Rare Atom. We're expecting big things after the pause. Molotov goes down from Zaka. Keep his opponents at bay. G's come around with the AWP here as well. It looks like they're not scared off from the ramp area. Still wanting to move towards here. Cheeky little boost up there for Kaze. Doesn't really spot anything. Flash comes round. G keeps his composure though. Zaka will be dealt with instantly. Molotov goes down. Keeps him at bay. Mercury with a big one outside. Meanwhile, Westmelon's pushed forwards in towards the hut. This could be absolutely massive if he goes overlooked here. Kaze is going to work his way around and wins out the fight. Quick reactions. Jam Young finding Amelia might just confirm the round, to be honest. G, they know exactly where he's at the moment and should be able to just keep him at arm's length for this one.
We'll see. Hold on to now, of course, it's 1 versus 3 where for G, I think it is probably just going to be a save call. Money's not an issue over towards LVGCSG, but it's one of those kind of situations of, what's the point? Not going to win this one. It's very, very difficult to pull off. And of course, with only 20 seconds left on that bomb, you may as well just give it up. So, in doing so, that deficit slowly starts to get, bit by bit, chipped down. Oh, hang on, he might struggle to save here, and he will. Advent on the way out, spotting him. That's an AWP down to be scooped over in a second. Probably don't, but either way, making sure nothing saved over towards LVGCSG. Of course, they can reinvest. Yeah, they can go in towards the AWP, actually. I was about to say. Zaka, 10k, can drop one over. G can swap. Bob's, you're on call. All are good. Pause to come through, though. Now, an opportunity maybe for LVGCSG to have a conversation about kind of what went wrong there for them and for Rare Atom to now try and compound off the back of their first round of success for a long time. Hoping that they can continue to use that as a catalyst to further success. Just need a little conversation. Make sure that they don't let this game slip away from them. It has been so far pretty damn one-sided on a map in which is meant to be favourable over towards Rare Atom. They've got to flip the script. That's the first way to do it. First round to at least kickstart that conversation.
It's good to see. I think it is good to see that they've managed to, at the very least, put up a round, right? Prove to themselves that they can do it. That's one of the big things for a little while there that we were also unsure of. But now they have to get through the rest of the economy of LVGCSG and take them to town, really. So, again, an easier said than done type scenario right now. G tries to be quick with it, but unfortunately can't find the frag. And now going to get overwhelmed, absolutely surrounded. Just squished in the end. 5 versus 4 ensues in favor of that T side.
Isaiah holding. Ashbury still needs to hold because little knows Zaka around the corner, but he gets nervous. Takes a pop shot, and Mosaic overextends back into him. He gets baited in by the first shot and falls to the second. Makes numbers back level. Rough way to lose that man advantage, but they're going down towards that lower side. Oof.
Big frag. Zaka was the only line of defense down here, and might just force a save out. It doesn't look like they're too giddy to get into this retake on the LVGCSG side of things. Yeah, Rare Atom figured it out, at least in the past couple of rounds, and will force them away. Allow them that third round on the Rare Atom side of things. So keep stringing them together and, again, keep this consistency pretty important. They've got a bit more work to do, I think, before they convince us that they're fully back in the game. And thanks to the save, LVGCSG will have a clean enough buy into the next.
Yeah, that's it. So, give it another go. Bird on the board, Rare Atoms chipping away at that deficit. Slowly but surely, that consistency coming through. And some of those individuals starting to come out of line as well, which is really important. We started to see a little bit more out of Jamming and Mercury, the two kind of proficient riflers over towards Rare Atom. And they can find their form, if they can start to be finding that consistency that we always talk about, then Envision get in trouble. Sake, an electric start to the game, but he's cooled off just a little bit. And doing so is opening up opportunities for Rare Atom to punish. I'd say there's still quite the deficit. 4 rounds, and of course another buy to come through. Pretty important round here as well. Win this, you could cause some real economic woes over towards Envision. That CT side, they're flying out a single door. They're going down towards Vent, and a lot of damage dealt. And Westmelon go follow them. What is happening is chaos in the vents. He drops the bomb, he drops Jam Young and Advent. Mercury on a recollect mission, and he'll get it. But he's lost 2 comrades in the making. It's down to a 5 versus 3.
One of the more insane openings to a round I think we've seen this game, as the pace gets picked up by the Rare Atom boys. Maybe argue that they don't necessarily have to do that with how strong some of their more mid-round based rounds have been. Kaze takes a peek, loses his life. The round getting worse and worse as it goes on. Just Mercury and Mosaic, the 2 M's. Hoping for a way back into the round. They do have the bomb. Not much beyond that, to be honest. Even the B-bomb site is well defended by the looks of things, so really going to be a challenge to make it down here. 40 seconds, got to make a move eventually. Maybe they can catch Zaka out in the open. He does seem not completely clueless, but a tiny bit clueless. He's now going to have a better idea as the observatory windows get shot open. Double doors. Yeah, they're just not expecting him here at all. Bomb plant going to come in. He's probably going to have to give that, unfortunately. Trying to catch the backside of Mercury and does overextend. So the first punch comes in for Rare Atom. A few more to land here before they get the knockout blow, though, of course. And I think that single door is still open. No, it's not. Amelia will have to kind of open it and get the perfect timing. Manages to do so anyway. Westmelon catching Mosier. All too easy. Linvision back on the board after only losing a couple, so not quite good enough from Rare Atom.
And a very important round as well to once again, I guess, just put Rare Atom back in their place a little bit, and confidently too, right? Only the 1 casualty, super important. Continues that story a little bit about how Zaka's cooled off a tad, but doesn't really matter when you got a couple of others starting to step up. We've got 3 players now over towards Linvision, above 10 kills already. 11 rounds played with, Zaka, and now Amelia. That's really good to see. So many different opportunities for them. Individuals finding those multi-kills and really putting Rare Atom in their place. A 5-round lead they've built up. Confidence flowing through the veins. It gives it back out. No open play this time for Kaze. Molotov drops towards back red. Will be extinguished as he spams Starry. Opting against it. Zaka coming for support. They've lost that secret control. Now they can wrap down towards the lower side.
Jam Young, yeah, not expecting him outside this fast. Starry, meanwhile, having a great game from down below, so pretty scary opponent to come up against. Molotov will make it towards him. He was hoping that it wouldn't quite be deep enough, but it is indeed. At the very least, they've got that presence on B, though, to just keep Rare Atom dealt with. Very, very curious to see how they play it out on this T side. You know, man advantage is there, but it doesn't really feel like it sometimes on a map like Nuke. You know, the bomb sites are just so caged in. It's like, yeah, we've got a numbers advantage, but they've still got 2 guys down here that are really hard to get through just because of the nature of the map. Starry in at dark. Ready and waiting. Good for 1. Actually gets a chance at the second, and he gets it. Huge frags coming in. Amelia will catch Mosier. Looking for Kaze now as well, who goes absolutely crazy out of the vent. You have to say. The only player to have found a kill is Jam Young, and he's now the only one left. Well, completely out of the question for him to find some damage and get a bomb plant here, to be fair to him, but the round itself feels like a real challenge. Good for the first. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a pretty clean frag. Westmelon at the hut. Taking it safe. Starry making a lot of noise. Trying to draw attention. Jam Young has found Westmelon. And Starry with 13 HP has to save the round for Linvision. Mr. Jam Young looking for the ace. The 1 versus 4 is totally possible. Oh, but Starry has read him like a book, and indeed will bail Envision out of total embarrassment.
Yeah, that was nearly a brutal round to be losing. A 1 versus 4. Jam Young should never even get to that opportunity. Nearly pulling off an ace clutch there. The second time we've been denied of the ace clutch, but my God, that one was special. That's why we highlighted Jam Young coming in towards this game. That's what he's all about. This guy, he got clutch factor, but my God, is he talented. But unfortunately, just couldn't quite spot out where Starry was coming from. And the big man over towards Envision, in a head-to-head, takes that one and continues their reign of terror. That's now 6 rounds they lead over them. And the best that Rare Atom can do at the turn of the half is only, well, 6. Being said, we said that was not bad. It just feels like it's too big of an ask. They will have money for a buy, though, off the back of the board. So, AKA's Orps in play for cars if he wants. And yeah, of course, he will opt for the big green. Question, of course, being, though, can they make it work? They're really struggling. Envision can opt for a double Orb setup once again. G and Zaka. I think for Zaka as well, who's been a little bit quiet these last few rounds, he's just opting back in towards the scope to give him that advantage.
Bare bones buy coming through from the Rare Atom side of things then. So, yeah, it's starting to worry, I think, especially as they struggle to consistently get bomb plants. They did get one in the previous round, which helps them out a bit here, but I think they'll need to be winning rounds again, getting to that scary territory. Boost coming in, but my man Mosier goes a little early. Let the Orc take the peak, dude. Either way, he's going to go down. Not having a great game as it stands, to be fair to him. 4 and 13, a leg as well from Zaka on this secondary Orb. Beautiful stuff and a great start for Envision.
Bogdan's law abided by there, Advent. So he'll pick up the old AWP. The question, of course, now what? Gee, towards heaven. What's Chico peeking? He spots Jam Young, but late. He's crossed now. West Berlin going to find one more towards Kaze. This is falling apart. And with G delivering on towards Jam Young, that more or less should be the nails in the coffin in this round. It's 2 remaining, Mercury and Advent. Oh, and both now so low on HP. 1 HE connecting, and it'll be game set for both. They've got such low HP. 25 points between the two of them. 10 seconds left to work with. It's just a save call, they're going to call it. That's a 10th collected, double digits at the turn of the half. A guarantee for Envision. On their opponent's map pick. This is pretty damn magical right now. They are running away with Nuke. In a fashion that we didn't really expect as well. We kind of said coming in towards this, both sides theoretically should take their own map picks. And Inferno will be called upon. But the way things are being played right now, I'm not feeling all that confident. Atom, they are getting absolutely battered right now.
Yeah, this is really surprising to see. You know, we saw an absolutely fantastic Rare Atom yesterday. Really, really great. Maybe we're begging the question as to whether they should have fallen back on one of those maps that they've already proven themselves on so far. I don't know. I don't know. It just... Yeah, it's such a surprise to see it be this one-sided so far. Maybe they can recover things back to 5 rounds. That would make their CT side a bit doable, but as soon as I say that, G chimes in for the first nearly... Ooh, does in fact lose his life. Jam Young closing that gap. You know, there's another one down towards the lockers area, so... A lot of information to play with on the Rare Atom side. What do they do with it? Scope going to be heard. West Melon takes the peak. Good timing. And catches a very, very dangerous member of Rare Atom.
Now, once again, numbers. That advantage for Envision is so important because it just allows them to play that body system. Trades usually benefit the team side, but not in this case. Going now towards B, they're going to get a lot of space here. As you can see, utility being dropped. Zach and the AWP holding, though, waiting. An opportunity, but not going to be given it anymore. Now, it leaves us in a bit of a predicament. They're playing a retake. How aggressively they want to go, and it's going to cost them. Starry will fall, but he doesn't relay a dink before he does drop. Bomb goes down. It's a 3 versus 3, and Kaze holding up close and personal. He's crossed as well. might be in trouble, and Zaka will fall.
3-on-2, super important round that Rare Atom managed to get this one. Amelia flashed out, catches one, completely isolated. Westmelon gonna get Mercury. It's all down to Kaze up against two, getting aggressive through the smoke, trying to make a crazy play. Doesn't work out. They've got kits available, should be able to get the defuse easily enough. And my goodness, Linvision have done it, moving up to 11. Absolutely unbelievable, to be honest with you, how one-sided this is becoming. Rare Atom just can't buy around 3 versus 2 there.
And this has been now the story of what we've seen a lot of these full buy rounds. It's coming down to when it's close, when it's in these 2v2s or these 1vx situations, more often than not, or pretty much every time so far, Linvision are taking them. And that's the big thing. When it comes to clutches, when it comes to these really, really high pressure moments, Linvision are just rising above the occasion time after time, and Rare Atom are falling flat. They're in serious trouble. No matter whatever way you twist it, this is simply just not a good enough first half. Yeah, it's a CT-sided map, but my god, not this CT-sided. They are getting destroyed. But out towards A, Amelia, under pressure, under fire, but it's Westmelon and Amelia to combine for one apiece. Towards the A site, they try and go quick, and it'll cost them 2 lives. It's a 5 versus 3 in a matter of mere moments. Make that just 2.
Super quick, super easy. Zaka for another. Just Kaze standing between 5. And, of course, the 12th round for Linvision. Does have the bomb. A Galil. A dream. Perhaps. But a chance? I don't think so. No one on B, oddly enough.
I respect it.
We will actually get the bomb plant, which is kind of funny. But now the ants are on the way. Soldier bees are on the way, and they will easily clean up house. Flawless round coming in. Not a single point of damage taken, in fact. So 12-3 at the turn of the half. All too easy for Linvision. Can they keep this one rolling, or are we going to see a hell of a turnaround from Rare Atom? Find out after the break.
There's fire in the atmosphere, moving in synergy. This electricity, the power of the pioneers, tearing through history. This is our destiny. We are the power, we are the change, we are the pioneers of paradise and fame. We push you louder like hurricanes. We are the pioneers, we are the pioneers.
incredibly one-sided affair coming off the back of that first half. LinVision surprising us all, maybe even themselves a little, as they have a stellar CT side. Rare Atom, a couple strung together, but could not do anything substantial, to be honest with you. And this is their own map pick, so we do start to worry. Anubis coming up next. LinVision are pretty proficient on it, and it's probably Rare Atom's worst map in the pool at the moment. So this is looking like a pretty damn good shoo-in for the LinVision side, looking to defend their title. So far, so good.
Masker. They don't know where to put it. They have been absolutely battering Rare Atom. They've got to take a pistol aim here. You're not a bad start for a double. Advent on to one more, and all in a matter of mere moments. It's down to a 1 versus 4, and unfortunately for Zach, I don't think he's on much chance. He spots the legs, but the legs aren't good enough for him. He's hoping he pushes a little bit further forward. A few body shots might be okay. Cardi knows he's in trouble. This should be over, and it will be. Murphy, really good round for him. 4 kills to his name. 4 rounds for Atom, but they have got a huge, huge comeback that they need to pull off if they want to be taking their own map pick. But at the very least, that's the necessary start. I think if LinVision take a pistol there, it's more or less game set and match. But the really important thing is it's an absolute massacre of a round and no bomb plants. On LinVision, they'll know, or Rare Atom will know that LinVision won't have any sort of buy to come through and towards this one. Which be pistols for them, as we can see, and already Zach has been knifed in the back.
Not the ideal start that LinVision were looking for. Westmelon.
Right.
Opening and closing the door, losing his life. Love it. 5v3 now. Maybe they can overwhelm this ramp player, but not looking too likely. Jam Young going to play it nice and safe. Mosier comes in, drops another. Oh, Jam Young does have to watch out ever so slightly. Got himself in a good spot now, and a good spot to be helped is the big thing. So they'll survive. Looking down the barrel of this first rifle round, though, what have the LinVision boys got for us?
It is the big question, right? What is next? What have they got in their locker? They try and make a difference here. This has been very, very good so far. And when it comes towards the full buy to LinVision, they really have kind of never struggled in this game for the most part. Had a couple of kind of hiccups along the way, but grand scope, they're at them. They have struggled so much, and LinVision have all looked so comfortable. Let's see the final towards single door. Well, that's all keep them at bay, at least for the time being. I think coming through as well, but actually doing a minimal amount of damage. Murphy, MP9 up close, gets a double. Scoops up an AK looking for more, but he can't quite confirm it. But Zako, we dropped to the hands of yet another MP9. It's a massacre on the A side. And it's left down to just one man, G. He might actually just save.
I don't know, minute and 20, you might as well try and have a little go at it. If I were his teammates, I wouldn't want to be sat here for that long, you know. But yeah, I don't know, LinVision just trying to brute force it in, play thick and fast. Not really the move. A little disrespectful, you might even say, and giving Rare Atom a lot of momentum in the early stages here. Really, really clean stuff, and I think it'll do wonders for their confidence on that CT side of things. So you really do have to watch it here on the LinVision side that you don't allow them to pick up this speed. And in all fairness, their own map pick, you want them to be ruined.
Yeah.
And just totally down and out, right? So getting the cleanest kind of start here is really what they're after. So yeah, don't allow them too much space to get back in.
100%. At the very least, though, liking what we see. Slowly but surely, Atom just looking a little bit more alive and kicking. That's all we can really kind of ask about. Pause taken. I think probably a good opportunity for LinVision to have a little conversation there. And now what's next coming in towards this next round? The buy is interesting, to say the least, actually. We've got a Hero Galil and Hansa Zaka, and then just pistols around it. It's a pretty hefty investment, all things considered. Yes, there's loss bonus for LinVision, but either way, Zaka, if he can't really find anything towards this round, he might actually struggle to squeeze it up buy in towards the next. Especially not having one with any util. Close. Advent playing around that side of position. Murphy going to drop down to a single door. Vision are prepping for an 8 hit, and they can't. They line up with the AK. Zaka Westman and fall immediately.
Yeah, not a big fan of where these rounds are going for Vision, to be honest with you. You know, weird sort of force buy here, spending heavily on some parts. I don't know, man. Like, I would have probably just ecoed this one out, maybe a few upgraded pistols, and then the fact that, again, they just keep flying in, playing really fast, really aggressive. Just not a lot of thought going into these moments here, and I think that Rare Atom will start to run rings around you if you're not careful.
Let's see. Slowly but surely, they're looking back towards A. They struggled first time. I'll take a second crack at it. I think G might be spotted in that corner as well, so once again, he's going to just pull back a little bit. They're killing the clock here, but unfortunately, it's kind of putting a bit of a chokehold on them. They've not got a lot of time to work with. Look over towards ramp. But of course, the most important thing is that bomb is dropped. No man's land. And realistically, well, no chance of winning anything here. Let's be honest. Amelia spotted out and dropped to the hands of Mercury. Crisp, clean. And they should be seen off in a second. Then Gunbarrel will spot to the G. The AK will drop him and is leaving just Ariel alone, who was dropped in a matter of moments. So a flawless round picked up by Rare Atom and very comfortably done as well. Once again, the plan of action there for Vision was go fast, step up the tempo. Let's see if we can overwhelm Rare Atom. And there's no sweat off their brows to put them back in their place. The full buy has come back through. He said for Zaka that investment towards the previous round is going to leave him a little bit uncomfortable here. And once again, that's exactly what we see. So just a Galil for him. But AK's across the board. G can't afford an AWP unless he glass cannons. I don't think he's going to go for a glass cannon. I think that'd be extremely risky. No, it's going to opt for the AK. Rare Atom, they're chipping away. And actually, it's a very manageable score right now. It's only 5 rounds of difference, which doesn't sound too much, but win this one, they break the economy of Vision, and that cycle will continue the same way that cycle destroyed Rare Atom in that first half.
Yeah, man. Already feels like it's beginning. The gap's closed awfully fast. You know, 12-7 is a much more doable scoreline, so we shall see here. First sort of clean buy to come through. They're going to have to find a pretty solid way in on this one. Vision, what have they got prepared for us, right? This is where perhaps some of the weaknesses of this map come into play. They're taking this one a lot slower, playing out a bit more methodical with their execute towards outside and just keep that Rare Atom side on their toes. A bit more effort going to be required for this one. You know, it's not just a straight up A rush to deal with.
Jamming a Mercury. Playing close towards Secret. Waiting for a swing to come through as well. Actually pushing through the flames was what's nothing. Very slow here, but it's causing to kickstart things for Rare Atom. It's a great start. This T side really in trouble. They cannot seem to buy around right now.
Kaze with a great spot to hold these players that have made their way through the warehouse as well. So really do feel good, really do feel confident here for the Rare Atom side of things to just keep holding that line. There goes Kaze. Sorry. Oh, going to be ready for him though. It's actually Zaka that finds the frag. Back to a 4-on-4, but only 35 seconds to really get anything done here. Where are they going to go? What is the game plan? Are they moving up heaven? There's a guy around there. Are they... Yeah, it looks like they are trying to give that A side of things a go. Zaka making so much noise. Only 20 seconds. Jam Young looking for a catch here. Might be able to get it. Oh my god, there's hardly any time. Ooh. Quick kill from Mosier. Might just do the job. Advent down below. The bomb's being dropped and Jam Young just flies up at the perfect time. Absolutely no chance. Amelia to move away and save. Vision, some slightly better ideas in that round, but not giving themselves enough time.
These are some brutal rounds though right now. I mean, this is really not looking good. They're all over the place. I think for Vision, you can see they're constantly trying to test that top site. They must have some sort of thought process around that being the weaker of the two, but we need to see a little bit more presence down towards B. outside control, taking a bit of ramp control, trying to pug your way down towards that lower side, because that's when you're going to start to spread that Rare Atom side thin. Right now, Rare Atom are more than happy just to stack towards the A side and know they're going to be taking fights. You see exactly that. So many bodies towards that A side. The vast majority, in fact, no one's actually down towards B, just Kaze alone towards ramp. As Jamyeon once again tested, he'll find the first, makes it a second, a little bit later, but he gets nonetheless. Now what's the call?
Closest they've come in a while here on the LVGCSGO side, so for their sake, you hope that they convert it. The bomb slightly in an awkward spot, but should be recoverable. 2 pushing up Secret. Could be a chance here if they get good timing on that T side of things. I'm not sure they're going to be too ready for it, though. Nope, Westmelon and Amelia both peeking in, and an easy double spray down for Advent in the end.
It's so simple right now. Honestly, the way they're playing, Envision getting around on that T side is going to be extremely hard to come by. This is just not good T side Counter-Strike. It goes again to what I was saying in the round prior. We're yet to see them realistically, properly test over towards that B site. Rare Atom is so happy just to keep gambling towards top 8. You Kaze being as a ramp rotator, well, have all the rifles towards the A side and expect aggression to come through. Massive gap in the smoke, thankfully plugged. Starry will get out in front of the Molotov. But now finally, towards Secret, they've got a bit of room to work with.
Yeah, just about. See what they can do with it. I mean, some map control is always going to be good here, but again, not looked the cleanest, not looked most solid, even despite having bits of control. They've had kind of outside control in some of the previous rounds and have not really done too much with that. So we shall see here. They're going to come away from Secret and move back towards outside. So again, looking very flustered, I would say.
It's probably the best way to put it, right? Again, they just sort of look so discombobulated right now. Kaze going to rotate down. Actually, opting to go back towards Heaven. It's the right call. They're lingering. They're lurking towards the outside position. It's very, very quiet right now. It does look like with the bomb in the hands of G, they still want to commit towards A. And there's that first kill coming through. That's the important one. Zach are going to fall as well. And once again, another top site hit for Vision, which is going south. In a matter of moments, it's a 2 versus 5. They had Secret control. They had all of that opportunity to wrap down towards B, and they don't commit to it. They double back towards A, and the same thing happens over and over again. As the old Einstein quote goes, definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting something to change. Nothing's going to change. Vision, I'm begging you, go towards B. Give it a go.
Yeah.
Because there was one person who rotated down. It was Mercury. That was it. Kaze was over towards ramp. Mercury came down in towards vent, but that was the entirety of the B control. And again, one man and a small amount of presence completely averts them back towards the quad-stacked A site. It is, yeah, it's pretty brutal to watch. Of course, we get the benefit of hindsight and X-ray and all of the rest, but do start begging the question, right? This is Vision who have now gone to that A site the last, what, 6-7 rounds and had the exact same result every single time.
Yeah, definitely problematic, one would say. Really not looking good. Don't know what has happened here as well, you know what I mean? It feels like the mission objective shouldn't really be this difficult, but so far, it has proven to be a real challenge. And again, going to start off poorly. Rare Atom are doing it here now. The gap continues to close. Jamyoung with a double. Vision just so out of sorts on this T side, man. They really do not have a clear-cut game plan. And just trying to take fights, walking into the crosshairs. Oh, that's a nice find from Zaka, to be fair. But in total isolation, there ain't no way He's going to find this round now, to be honest.
I'm like half happy. At least they kind of try and go towards B. It's just, again, not really fully committed to. Zaka is surely going to fall momentarily. Mosaic are waiting for him to rotate back. He'll probably be given his wish. I think Zaka, he knows it's going to be more or less impossible to save here. Could get swarmed if Rare Atom really wanted to. Mosaic might go for a swing. It's brilliant. Brilliant stuff. You get another round going the way of Rare Atom. The way LVGCSGO are playing right now, they do not deserve Nuke at all. Despite the 12-3 half, they don't deserve it at all. 12-3, now back to 12-11. What a game we're getting here, but for all the wrong reasons. It's the battle of who can have a worse T side. And it's one in which, at the moment, LVGCSGO are winning pretty triumphantly. They cannot seem to do anything right now.
Definitely problematic here. You would expect a lot better out of LVGCSGO considering that first half, considering where they were at, but maybe, you know, just kind of the overconfidence of the position that they found themselves in at the turn of the half getting the better of them. Gap in the smoke nearly results in a frag on Starry. Meanwhile, towards ramp here, this is where the rush coming in. Great little flash to deal with Kaze. They might just be able to drop down then because of it. Again, putting the brakes on. They like doing this, getting bits of control and then stopping. You know, again, it's so disjointed, and it allows the Rare Atom side to readjust. Mercury is down below here. Nice find on the first. 5 versus 4, straight out of the gate then. Another one onto Starry on the top side. They'll try and push in. There's a few two members to get through, though, you would say. G does manage to find one, but a clean double spray down for Mercury. Sees the round off, and now we're all even. Not a single round for LVGCSGO so far in this second half.
The one time they go towards B, it's just an eco rush, but they don't really care about it. Again, I'm going to keep saying it. It's going to keep annoying me. And it will continue to play on my mind. Give it a go, lads. 12-all. You've now quite literally got nothing left to lose. You were 12-3 up. It's now 12-all. Honestly, even getting a bomb plant is a huge ask. They are getting nowhere near the size. That's probably the closest they've got in such a long time. Made towards our side. Starry takes a little bit of damage, but not really too problematic. Pixel peek here, but I bet he's going to drop some util off the back. At the second he spots someone. But for now, LVGCSGO going to slow that tempo down. Really grind it to a halt and just see whether they can pull off baiting out some of that util, getting an idea about how Rare Atom are set up. 1 minute 20 on the clock and no real commitment being made just yet.
Utility outside once again from the LVGCSGO side. We have seen them go for this in the past, but what are they going to do with the control they're taking? The Molotov not good enough to keep Mosier at bay. 3 frag for him. Backs up another one. It's actually the nade of Jam Young to get it done, but, you know, all set up by Mosier. And that's got to be another round for Rare Atom by the looks of things. Amelia's on 23 HP. Round is out of the question.
Yeah.
To be honest, and it's just so surprising here that Rare Atom can't put a foot wrong, but LVGCSGO, you have to say, this is a pretty dire T side, to say things lightly. Yeah, no, that's me being nice for sure.
I'm not going to be nice. I don't really beat around the bush too often. This may be one of the worst T sides I think I've ever seen. In professional level Counter-Strike, this actually may be the worst. This is brutal right now. What's the idea? Zaki trying to get a little drop on towards Jam Young. Get something. Oh, the flash is good. Zaka. Hello. Jam Young just doesn't even expect them so close. We'll get a freebie. Time's done. Stay alive off the time. And G swings. You didn't need to. There was no need for that. And he flossed his lines as well. Not only does he swing off the time, he misses. Labored spray cost him, so G has only 1,000 left in his back pocket. They've got 1 AK to work with. They can invest into 2 more at a maximum in the hands of Starry and Zaka. If they go for a force buy, it's going to be pretty rough, to say the least. This is tough. It's tough to watch. Rare Atom, they've got from being 12-3 down now, won 10 rounds in a row. Make it 13-12 out, and he responds, and it continues. Mercury going to find 2. Mosaic towards our side, one of his own, and well, in a matter of moments as the round done, G also dropped to what I'm assuming was an HE grenade there as well. So, yeah, this round's done. It's going to be 14-12 in a moment unless Zaka and G can pull off something miraculous to get their first round.
You'd probably expect not here, unfortunately, for them, but we'll see, you know, might be able to find a head. Okay, that's a nice shot. That is a nice shot. And they got a bomb to recover. Not necessarily in the hands of the CTs, but, you know, if you want an actual chance at winning the round, you kind of do need the bomb. Neither of them seem to be the one that wants to do it, though. They both got their own ideas in terms of creeping forwards, creeping in. Yeah, this is all over the place, isn't it? Even just the buy-in this round, right? You got some players eco and some players buy-in. It's like... It's just the culmination, really, of how their half has gone. And the kind of energy that they've come in, that sort of chaotic, just running in a lot of the time. And then that stopped working, of course. And now they're playing super slow and allowing Rare Atom loads of space. So it really is problematic for the Linvision side.
Problematic is just the best way of putting it. 14-12, that 2-round lead, that 2-round buffer zone doesn't tell the full story. Flawless so far on CT side. This map is CT sided. You know, I'll give you that. Second most CT sided map in the pool as of right now. Not this CT sided. This is, yeah, this is a disaster class on the T side right now. Starry going down towards Secret. Has got space to work with. He's isolated, he's alone. It still seems like Linvision want to test over towards A. Again, right now, they won't be given anything. There's 3 players, in fact, down towards B. So you can even see for Rare Atom, they're expecting, surely at some point, Linvision are going to go towards B on a 4-buy. Surely going to actually commit towards a B here. And you can see in the way they've kind of entailed here. There's 3 players down here, ready and waiting. Another smoke being dropped by Mosaic. Just to keep Amelia at bay. Kaze aggro in towards that heart with the AWP. It's all going to come down to that early engagement. No real commitment just yet. G has the bomb in hand. He is parked up, ready and waiting. Still, towards top side. 45 seconds.
Starry going to eat another nade. Smoked off as well. Mercury chilling around it to make sure there's no one around. The A bomb site might be a bit weak here because of, you know, the committal there down below. West Melon going to find Mosier. Kaze does look off the angle, but manages to find the return. Frag getting another one as well, will eventually be traded out. 3 on 2. Not out of the question. Quick flank from Advent here. Looking for a double. Might just get it. Yes, he does. It's all on Starry out in the open, though. Not a chance. Advent saves the round. The closest Linvision have come. You've got to feel for them, and Advent is the villain of the hour to just make sure there is no chance Linvision win a T-side round.
Well played. Well played from Advent there as well. It's very, very rare we call him Advent when it comes towards the fragging department. He normally does struggle quite significantly in comparisons to the stars they've got, you know, like the likes of Jamyoung and Merc, even Mosaic as well. But it's actually Kaze who's been a little bit quiet today. The AWP has really struggled to sing, but it hasn't really been needed. To be perfectly honest, that CT side, AWPing has been very minimal where we've kind of called upon Kaze. So I don't think that kind of the stat line really reflects, you know, kind of what we've seen from the likes of Kaze. He just hasn't actually been called upon all that much. When he's been in the action, he gets his one, he does his job and falls off. Tac pause taking. Linvision had a conversation here. This is about to be a flawless half unless they can pull off something with this slightly half by double Galil, triple AK, and all the util in the pockets. 15 rounds in a row from Rare Atom. Can they make it a flawless half? I don't think I've ever even seen a flawless half. I've been doing this job for years. Nade towards our side. Mosaic. Holding. He spammed the smoke. Jamyoung is going to be the first to find a kill. Amelia the first to fall. Very important kill. This time Starry's going quick towards the Secret. Actually, all of them are. The first time they've committed towards B properly on a 4-buy. They might eat a nade here. If Mercury ops.
Bit of spam to come through. Again, the brakes have been put on here for the T side. Tiny bit of nade damage, but not really going to have too much of a substantial effect. Jamyoung Down below, jump spotting in. They were ready for him to do that, but couldn't find the frag. Mercury from the side, only good for the one. It's Mosier that drops down to keep things in favor of Rare Atom. Try and close the game out here and now. Big find from Advent. Great reaction shot all onto Starry. 3 to find. Doesn't know where this third player is. Knows that Advent's down below, but where is Kaze? Maybe not going to get the opportunity to spot him out. We'll see here. Kaze holding the doorway. Does miss the shot, but at least locks it off. Bomb going to be retrieved. Kaze loses his head. What a shot from Starry. 25 seconds. And a lovely idea here from Starry, of course, to just commit up towards that A-bomb site. Try and give Linvision their first round of the half. Advent. 41 HP. Can't get it done. And Starry keeps them alive. Wonderful stuff. A 1 versus 3 coming in. Linvision. They can do it. They can win rounds.
Well, not the flawless half. Part of me actually wanted to see it just for the story alone, right? 16 rounds in a row is denied at the final hurdle, but it is still map point for Rare Atom, 15 to 13. And of course, all well and good that Linvision found the round, but the buy is actually worse in towards this one than it was the previous. Now it's 3 Galils, 2 AKs. Isaiah, I was going to say, just a UFP in his hands, but actually he scooped the rifle off the floor. So, let's see. Pop shot from Kaze, not going to find anything. Sorry, once again, going aggro down towards the secret. I think the first fire, Jam Young is ready and waiting. Molotov to come through as well. They're expecting this level of pace. And little do they know, Murphy is round the corner, but he can only pick up 1 kill there. Should have got a second. What he doesn't is himself quite problematic.
Getting away from them once again, maybe. Perhaps it was short-lived. We'll see, we'll see. 3 versus 3 here. Mosier committed down below. Double doors opens. He's going to have some good information now to work with. Zaka on the way. Spots the barrel and able to take him down. Clean frag. Open plant incoming. Advent loses his fight. And Kaze doesn't really have too much of an option, to be honest with you. Just take what you have into the next round. They will be able to buy, but it is that element of futility. Like, what is the point in going for this? There's absolutely no way he wins it with an AWP.
Very true. Especially with Kaze, who's really struggled in forming towards today's game. Like we said, he has not been lining up the server in the way that he kind of, usually does. He's usually very, very active as an AWPer. He likes to free roam, likes to kind of be that kind of aggressive style AWPer. Get a couple of kills. Can anchor sites pretty damn well, but he's called upon. He's loving this kind of idea of floating around the map and trying to cause a ruckus, not set those regimented positions. Yeah, not to be here. Getting the full 30 at the very least. Finally, a bit of success coming out of Linvision. 2 rounds in a row, so we'll give them their credit. And both of them come off the back of starting quickly down towards the B side. I'm not going to say I told them so, but I did. 14 to 15. Linvision play for OT. Still is map point on their opponent's map pick. 2. Rare Atom. Oh no, not their opponent's map pick. Their map pick, may I say. Also, friends, map pick Linvision's is Anubis. Realistically, for 12-3 half, we should already be on Anubis, to be perfectly honest, but they've just struggled so much. Towards our side, a lot of space created. Slight gap in that smoke as well, but they should be okay. I think in which they kind of misread. There was the cross smokes and the L smokes. One through the first, the L smoke, and the 2 through the cross. Emilio will find the first, or will be the first to fall, to the hands of Jam Young. 25 kills now.
Really great game that he's been having, to be fair. See whether it continues. Kaze, bit quieter. Need him to really look good here, and he will indeed manage to find the first and the second. Glorious shots coming round from Kaze. Jam Young down below. Ooh, can't find the heads. Still a bit more work to be done on that Linvision side if they want to be taking this to overtime here, though. 3 versus 2. Recovery required. It would be a hell of a thing if they all of a sudden manage to find the spurt of energy to get us to overtime. Ready and waiting here on the B-bomb site. Quick rotations coming round from Rare Atom, though, and really going to be scary. Mosier creeps around, finding the first, leaving it all onto G. Spotted inside the smoke, finds one, but that will be indeed all she wrote. 16-14. Lin Vision, heartbreak at how close you came, how close it was here. They nearly managed to get it over the line, and you do have to beg the question, why has that happened? You know, what has gone on there? Absolutely crazy stuff from Lin Vision. Their T side just so weak.
Yeah, 2 rounds on T side is just simply not good enough. It was a brutal display. I think I can still even say probably one of the worst T sides I've seen in a long time on Nuke. That was rough, really rough. They had no idea. Credit to Rare Atom, right? They've punished them. They've picked an opportunity. They were 12-3 down, and they've come back and denied their opponents picking up the last few remaining rounds. They've only picked up 2 in the end. It just simply is not good enough. And now we head towards the map of Anubis. It is, of course, the pick of Lin Visions, but with the confidence of probably a pretty much all-time low, rock bottom, this really does open the door for Atom to potentially take a 2-0 there. They have been a thorn in the side for this Lin Vision side already once this season. And in the upper bracket finals, they could once again prove it. We're going to first on to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we are back, we get things kick-started in towards our second map. It's Anubis coming up next. We'll see you soon.
don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left hearing you say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you rescue? I'm feeling kinda used, yeah, like a drug that you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left hearing you say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you rescue? I'm doing everything he doesn't do, but I'm still not enough. Even your parents know I'm good for you, but I'm still not enough. You wanna be done with him, you're stuck with him, 'cause you don't have the guts. And after all I've done, I'm still not enough. Still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left hearing you say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than you rescue?
And we are live. Rare Atom running things back on Nuke to take it over the line after a 12-3 half. And then one of the weakest T-side showings I think Neo and I have seen for quite a while coming through from Lin Vision. They nearly pulled it back at the end, you know.
Don't get me started, Scrim, mate. I'm gonna blow a fuse. Either way, kickstarting things. G, hey, kickstarting things well. Right. The big talking point is this is a very good map for Lin Vision, and they have shown and proved in the past to be able to take down top side like, you know, Rare Atom. The only problem is I'm so worried about their confidence, right? That is a brutal map to lose. For 12-3 half to lose it, it was Rare Atom went 15 rounds in a row. That's what worries me.
Yeah, we'll have to see here, man. The retake not looking too bad, though. 5 versus 3 so far. Jam Young inside the smoke, trying to be the hero of the hour. Kills keep coming in for the CT side. Jam Young will eventually reveal himself. Mercury only good for the one. West Melon manages to stay alive despite how low the HP bars were looking. A little close on the defuse, but they will indeed get it done. As Lin Vision come away with the pistol. So that's a nice way to kick things off after a pretty dire result on Nuke. I think they'll be happy that they managed to, you know, start this one off nicely.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, I think they were in desperate need of a confidence boost, let's call it that. They needed something to alleviate the pressure of, okay, we've just lost in a very embarrassing Nuke. We've got to kickstart our map pick strong, and thankfully they have. That's the big thing. So now, of course, they can continue their run of form. Hopefully, grab the CT side. They go 1-for-1 to kickstart into round number 2. Mosaic will find that first. Time to swing on to War Story. That's so confident from Advent. I love that. Advent will fall. He's quickly traded out. This is looking very good for the T side. Trades normally better for the T side. In this case, that's exactly the truth. Down to an MP9 in the hands of one man. Amelia needs magic. And there's the first. There's the second as well. That's brilliant. When they were looking down and out, he claws it back. A Lin Vision, a 2-0 start off the back of what was a brilliant 1 versus 2 there.
Getting some confidence, looking good. Some really, really solid gameplay coming through from Lin Vision here. Seemingly, so far, unfazed by the first map, which is, as you said, a big question coming into this one. Whether they can keep their act together. But I'm looking forward to seeing what Rare Atom have got for us. They pick out on that T side, so it does make sense on this map, but certainly something to consider, that they have a bit more confidence in their T side of things, I suppose. Lin Vision keeping the trend coming, as Amelia will pretty much secure this one for me with those opening 2 kills. Aggression coming through from G. Easy does it. Easy does it. Not really too much to write home about there for Rare Atom, and that's exactly what you look for in a round like that. So
yeah, that's it.
Simple stuff. Now in for the buy for the T side. This is where it's going to get interesting.
Yeah, you know, simple, pretty effective here. This is where we're at and need to start this T side. Anubis is probably the only map that we've got in the entire pool where we actually refer to it as being T side. I think it's slowly starting to be figured out on the CT side now about how you play it and how you get the control the way a map should. But either way, they're probably the closest we've got to being a quote-unquote T-sided map. So Rare Atom, they need a strong performance here. There's no if, buts, or maybes about it. Molotov will come through. Try and just deny any rotations coming in. There's a smoke blocking the view there of Starry. He's going to respect it. Rare Atom double back over towards mid. Now, previous history shows us that Rare Atom aren't all that confident on this map. It's on a map which is being an immediate strong point of theirs in comparison to the likes of, you know, Nuke, like we mentioned, or Overpass, very good as well. So, I'm interested to see how they play. Milo will find that first. A very important kill from Mercury. And actually just forces a rotation away. Mosaic will try to get a freebie. Fluffs his lines. Thankfully, Jam Young will bail him out. Now they're going to find one of his own. It's chaos in the server right now on a 2 versus 3. Made that 2 versus 2 as the MP9 continues to hunt them down, but he'll lose his life.
What an absolute mess so far on that A-bomb site. Starry looking to get back into the action here and pick up a 4th round for Lin Vision. Going to be easier said than done. Jam Young is pretty low. Kaze, 1-tappable. So it doesn't have to be quite perfect, but it does have to be pretty good. They're relatively split, I would say, on that T side. Jam Young, though, perfect timing on that peak. Will get him finished off and finds Rare Atom that rifle round.
Important, very important. Like we said, they had to kickstart that T-side as soon as possible. And well, there it is. So, we're back, we're on the way, we're kicking. Now, of course, with that T-side in the face of, a little bit of success, can they turn it into a catalyst for further? After winning scenes round number 5, of course, the buy right back out for Invision, no problems asked. The G in towards the AWP is going to be the big difference maker here, as Kaze, unfortunately for him, can't pick up one himself. And I'm good to see, or glad to see, Kaze starting off relatively confidently as well. He had a pretty poor nuke, despite the win, of course, so always good to see. Advent on the corner. Media looking around for something. G is they're ready and waiting. If they peek through, they could lose their life. Advent's ready.
Yeah, G playing it patient though, not going to go too deep. Might actually have Advent come towards him. However, smoke goes down, so nope. What's happening here then? Boost up over on B. But we are as yet to discover where Rare Atom are headed to. Taking their time on this one there, not really giving the game away too much. Mosier looking for a good timing on the peak though, will manage to find that first, hidden away at the window. A bit of an unexpected angle for Zaka.
Back in the corner. I think spotting in towards Hieroglyphs just yet. Oh, starting to fall into plays. Advent, great swing. Starry or fall. Then there's the boost as well. And the base of the boost dropped to quick trade, bomb planted, and surely now it's good round 1.
Yeah, you'd think so. Got rid of the majority of the defense there over on B, and a pretty hard retake as well, especially, there's only 2 of you and locked out in terms of the information, so they will back away, save what they have. Rare Atom moving up to 2, looking pretty good with the rifles in hand. This is great to see, keeping the competition coming between these 2 teams so far, and I think it is set to continue. Heck of a first map. And this one seems to have bounced into a pretty impressive second, so looking forward to what Rare Atom can deliver here. Linvision, though, unfortunately, have to back off, of course, and unfortunately won't be able to bring much into the next round itself, so should be an even up here from Rare Atom.
Yeah, exactly. It should be. I mean, that buy is, as you can see, is very haphazard. I actually wouldn't mind if Linvision went for a force buy. I know it seems kind of a little bit audacious with how limited the economy is and the fact that they're all sticking around the 2K mark, but the AWP and the M4 is so important. With maybe the likes of an MP9 or the 5.7s, they could really make it sing. The old kind of tag them and bag them sort of philosophy is going to be what they're going to go for. Just going to upgrade one pistol in the hands of Starry to a Deagle. That'll be all she wrote in this one. That'll open the M4 of G and Amelia respectively have to step up here. They have to, well, essentially go for multi-kills. There's no 2 ways about it. Let's see if they can. There's there. Good looking towards mid. I'm actually going to be giving this for the most part for free here. A Starry caught in transition. Looking for the flank. He was a solo there. As it looks towards B. And as you can see, top left, ladies and gents, well, no one's home.
Yep, nice and easy in the end. It's obviously a gamble kind of play coming through from Linvision. Try and get some action towards mid, but it's just not working for them. Stronger weaponry, all that good stuff for the side of Rare Atom. And the remaining 2, of course, are the 2 that have got those weapons. So we'll probably see them just save again. Especially as the bomb goes down and kind of confirms the round. So anticlimactic couple of rounds coming through, I think. But Rare Atom will be happy to just go through the motions and even up that scoreline. As we've said, very, very important for them to do so.
That's it. So, where we stand, not bad. Not bad at all. In terms of Rare Atom, answering back, looking good. Finding that form that we were hoping for. The AWP will deliver on towards 1. The big thing is actually make sure that AWP falls. If they can, that'll be awesome. Advent's very nervous to give it a go because, well, Amelia's lurking. Mosaic will fall. Molotov actually might force G into an awkward fight, and there's the AWP falling. And Amelia too. Brilliant. AWP scooped up. Actually, couldn't have gone any better in that sort of buy. Only lose 2 casualties, but it's absolutely worth it. 3 versus 3. Now, of course, Invision can answer back with a buy of their own, but unfortunately, they won't have enough for the big green, which is being wielded by Kaze. They're at him. Actually, coming towards this round while it's an even buy. A little bit more of an advantageous position in terms of the mental game, too. They're at him take this as well. That economy is going to be in a real rough spot for Invision. They're really going to be down towards, kind of falling back in towards that cycle that was so costly on Nuke, where it was 4 buy-in, no success, double eco, rinse and repeat.
Yeah, pretty solid kind of look for Rare Atom right now to try and take control of the game. And Invision, you see them recognize that, and I think trying to retake control themselves, going for some aggression there outside of V. It's just information that they gain. Or Molotov going to split them up here on the A-bomb side. G in for a double. Another molly going down. Rotation's already in from Zaka, so they have to just kind of concede back away. 4 versus 3 once the dust settles, and not a great look for Rare Atom in all fairness.
Slow so far. Off the back of losing those initial 2. Kind of see that. Really going to questioning what's next. 40 seconds left to work with as well. This is really difficult. I mean, they know they've got so little information to work with. Looking over towards A. Advent sat in the smoke as well, but there's an expectation. There's a crossfire set up. The first one they got to find is G, and then Zach is around that corner. Over his head round, spotted, great kill. Fantastic from Advent. Leading from the front, the flash is brilliant too from Kaze. That's supporting util of the highest regard.
Wonderful stuff. Make this round suddenly possible. Westmelon comes in with good timing, but traded out instantly. Just Starry. Attempting to find a way into this round. Certainly easier said than done. Advent's just crept underneath him as well. I don't think he's necessarily going to expect him here. He does, though. Can he find the quick dink onto Jamyoung? He's only got 5 HP. Doesn't have a kit available, so really going to be a tough one here. And he's actually going to give it up, backing away, conceding the round. So does as much damage as he possibly can, but can't find the round itself. And therefore, Rare Atom going to take the lead off the back of a round that, didn't look good for them from the offset.
That's it. 100%. Such an important round to be taken. Starry will keep hold of the M401S, but really, that's all they've got to work with. That is such a great round, the way that they played that. And it all comes down to one man, and it's not often you get to say it all too much. Advent and his fragging ability. Really, really well played from him. He's usually actually, notoriously, a little bit quiet in the fragging department. That's a great triple entry coming through. Post-bomb played perfectly as well. Jamyoung just doesn't show face, and his presence alone, and of course the fact that maybe Starry had 5 points of HP, is enough for him to respect it. 4-3 in the scoreline, but it should be made a 2-round buffer in a mere moment unless they let this one fall flat. Spamming the door as well. G is around that corner. A flash as well could be good, but he actually misses his timing. Luckily, catches him back turned. Rare Atom find the opener.
Looking good for the Rare Atom side of things then, as just a sigh of relief to find such an early frag. They're going to abandon the B-bomb site on the Invision side of things, so that's unfortunate, because that's exactly where Rare Atom are headed to at the moment. And I think we might, again, see kind of an anticlimactic one. They might just save and hold what they have into the next round, to be fair. Or maybe throw all the pistols at it would be a nice move for us, wanting some entertaining gameplay here. But the round itself, surely going to go the way of Rare Atom. They've locked in yet another.
That's it. Yeah, M4A1S, the only thing that is the real priority of being saved here. I guess having the pistols is not the end of the world. Oh, the armor too. It's kind of nice not to really have to invest in towards that once again. But for now, though, actually, Western is going to stick around. Executive 4 finds nothing. Actually, couldn't have been more unlucky there. And the remaining 3 are just going to respect it. Yeah, I think for Amelia and Zaka, get as far away, make sure you don't take too much damage. Zaka will take somebody. Yeah, should be fine for the most part. So, M4 when it's saved over, once again, yet another buy to come through, but it's his age-old standard. 4 buy-in, no success, rinse and repeat. That's where things start to run away from you before you even know about it. We'll save Rare Atom. They're looking very good. This run of form, super solid, very consistent to see. Also a bit of a pleasure to see as well. They're such a good side when they get really rolling. It's so tough to stop. They're going to come over. Amelia might take a bit of damage here. Actually gets out in front of it. Fortunate. The swing comes through and it will cost Ari his life. Jam Young will be traded quickly. Almost Air answers back one of his own. Man advantage.
Very, very ready for that there on the side of Rare Atom. So unfortunately, Linvision not really able to capitalize too much. G, just Mosier getting a little giddy. Mercury also going to go down. So recovery back from Linvision. Rare Atom have let this one slip. Maybe needed to just kind of cancel your ideas there, cancel your solo plays, especially after you find a 4 versus 3. You don't really need to be the ones making those aggressive moves, right? You're already in the ascendancy. You're already in a really good spot. So a little tedious, you might say, from Rare Atom. But now we'll see how they do with a big test here. The B-bomb site going to be the port of call, and it is relatively open here. Do have Amelia down towards the street area, but not really able to put a stop to the bomb plant at the very least. Maybe a spam through could work here, but not wanting to give position away. Kaze spotted. Just backs off completely from the angle. Advent tried to get aggressive through the smoke. Well read from Amelia, leaving Kaze against 3. 2 flanking him out here. Really going to be a dire challenge, trying to isolate the frag onto Amelia. Does so. 2 to get through, tap onto the bomb.
Ooh.
No scope is close, but doesn't land. And Linvision will finally get around back through here after being a man down as well. So credit where it is due. Solid stuff.
Yeah, that's it. It was looking shaky the way things started. The answer back very, very well. That's a great retake. There's great numbers, kind of disadvantage retake too, which is much easier said than done. Right, I think they'll be kicking themselves a little bit for losing that one. Had good opportunities to do so. The post plant did look a little bit shaky. And of course, costly overall. As Linvision are just hot on their tails once again, breathing down their necks. In 1 round deficit, G going to go aggressive to try and find that opener. Starry playing around the smoke. He himself could be in trouble. Mercury might not respect it.
Very true here, looking kind of troublesome. Rare Atom, can they get the return round? They are so desperate for it. Spam going to come through, sees off Mosier. Sorry, with a great little angle as well to work with. Has yet to be activated. Not really needed. It's all Westmelon finding the damage so far. Almost finds Advent Zaka to trade out. Kaze falls finally. And that is almost a flawless round coming in from Linvision. A hell of a turnaround. Rare Atom seem to have run out of ideas in the past couple.
Yeah, it's solid. Really is. Of course, all tied square, and we have a moment to take a breather. These rounds have been electric, super quick in the way in which they're being played. Now, he can take a little moment. The buy coming in for Rare Atom. Pretty strong across the board, apart from Mercury into just the Galil. He has been a little bit uncharacteristically quiet. He is normally one of the most proficient riflers on this Rare Atom side, but this side can be pretty brutal. Spam coming through, and Mercury. His tough time continues. Starry all spamming through the smoke. That's not a great start at all. And no answer back either.
Yeah, I mean, Rare Atom, like I say, have lost a lot of their speed all of a sudden. This is very quickly turned around in favor of Linvision. Rare Atom, since losing rounds, just don't have too much left in the strat book, and it really is showing. So we'll see here, man down. Trying to charge in towards the B-bomb site once again. Molotov comes in, seemingly to keep them at bay. Starry finds the double spray down. And there's just too many bodies to get through here. Mosier, the only one left. Overwhelmed, taken down, and a lead now found for Linvision here on the CT side.
Important, very important where we're at now. Of Linvision on that CT side, on their map pick, on a map in which they are known in this, especially in this region, for being very strong on. Looking very good right now. They're at them. They're a little bit perplexed. They don't really know how to pull this one back in their favor. They had a little bit of run of form. They had a moment in time where things were looking okay. Now unfortunately, things are falling a little bit south now. Big nade coming through towards Mosaic. He might fall. Zach actually falls with the angle at just the worst time. Nearly costing his life.
Nearly did indeed. Oh, man, they've gone all in for this as well. Starting to lose some of my favour towards the Rare Atom side of things. Really making life difficult for themselves, I think, and it is showing. It is really showing. So I don't know where they want to go from here, but for me, it just is not the easiest route at the moment. Really making life difficult for themselves, and it continues to be a challenge. Zaka. Thinking about sticking around. He will drop the position, so we'll see. Playing towards the A side. Gonna go charging on in. Spacing not quite perfect. Allows Zaka to reset and spray them all down, apparently. He will get traded by Jamyoung, but the damage is already done. The job is finished. Just Mr. Jamyoung remaining. He might be able to get a bomb plant here. I think he will do so indeed, but 3 more to get through in total. Looking for an ace overall. Certainly easier said than done, isn't it? Finds himself another, but yeah, just too many bodies. They will trade him out eventually. Some decent damage done there. However, 7 rounds already on the CT side is such a great look for the Lin Vision boys.
It is. It really is. And they've really started now to find that form. They've got such a good read on Rare Atom that this T side are trying to flex their play a little bit and trying to make things work in their favor. And unfortunately, it's just not working in the way they would hope. They're shaky. They're all over the place. And of course, it is causing quite the problem. Still, we'll have to wait and see how things continue. Right now, a 2-round buffer is very strong on a CT side of Anubis, on a map which is regarded as being one of the most T-sided. Let's see. Flash coming through. Sorry, surely a freebie here. We'll get it. And second Mosaic tagged. And actually allowing Story to fall away.
It starts off very well for them once again, though, man. This is almost perfect Counter-Strike coming through from Lin Vision. In the past few, it's going to be another B hit from the Rare Atom boys. Ollie to keep those dark players at bay. They're going to try and go through it. G. Good for one. Traded out. Starry on the AWP. Lands that no scope. And it's a big deal that he does. Means they retain the man advantage on that Lin Vision side before going into the retake.
Oh, nice shot from Westmelon. That'll catch a very important person of Jamyoung, leaving it all down to one man, Karzai. But in doing so, he needs to hit a couple of naughty shots. It is one. Doesn't expect all 3 to be coming from the same place. Going to push through the smoke as well. Goes for the no-scope. It's ambitious. It's audacious. And he won't be giving it. That's an 8th on the board. That's so many rounds in a row now picked up by Lin Vision to guarantee them at the very least a lead at the half. This is some superstar level stuff on that CT side. Unfortunately, Rare Atom, they are starting to bit by bit fall further and further away from being in for a chance of 2-0 here.
Yeah, certainly does feel that way. I think for me, they need to get at least 8 or 9 rounds on their T site, and that's obviously not really possible now, so just a question of recovery and then a question of how good their CT side is going to be. It is the more difficult of the game. Melia thinking crept in there. Advent double entry on A. Alrighty then, the in-game leader that could, calling on the rest of the cavalry to move towards the A bomb site here. Zaka has managed to rotate his way in quite quickly. Good for one. Needed dealing with, and he has indeed been so. 4 versus 2. May well be a save angle. They've got plenty of money on the Lin Vision side of things, but, you know, don't really want to lose these weapons, I would guess. I don't know. We'll see. It really is up to them. It looks like they are going to try and go for it. Westmelon working his way around. Finds one. Finds a second. Oh, goodness. Jamyoung's really far away as well. They could just kind of ignore him here. He has managed to massively reposition towards the back end of the A-bomb site. Westmelon seems somewhat ready for him. They're going to go for a double peek into him, though. Love this coordination. Westmelon, meanwhile, spotted out, trying to stay alive. Can't, though. There's not a lot of time for Starry to work with to get through 2 players and get the defuse. Not going to happen for him. And a big round for Rare Atom to stay hot on the heels of Lin Vision.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. 8-6 now, and it does give them just a little bit extra confidence. They know the max that Lin Vision are walking away with into the second half is a 3-round buffer, which is very easily diminished if things go south. I think regardless, Lin Vision will still feel happy about putting up 8 rounds of the CT side, but for Rare Atom, it's not exactly like they're being blown out of the water just yet. And the big story in towards map number 1 was the lackluster T-sides from both sides. Only 3 rounds for Rare Atom, only 2 for Lin Vision. So, the fact that we are seeing Rare Atom competitive on the T-side here of Anubis, very positive to see. It's not this innate T-side problem. Not the end of the world. They're going to come through. Starry will fall away, only taking the slider to chip damage. Getting a lot of information that he's lost all of that water control.
All lost. Pretty problematic. Pretty problematic indeed. Mosier through the smoke. Gonna find Zaka. And what can you do if you're Zaka there, really? It's just a perfectly timed and perfectly executed spray down by Mosier. Yeah, it does not get any easier than that and any more annoying than that, I think, if you're on the other side of it.
Agreed. Westmelon. Oh, things only got a little bit shaky there. Caught by the flash. Swinging through, though. Gonna get himself 1. Starry coming in for support as well, and he makes it a second off the back of the headshot through the smoke. Trying to bail out the AWP shot of the cars. 2 versus 2, but the Molotov's going to put Starry in trouble, but he crosses at the perfect time. Got on a dodge, and Mosaic is now in trouble. A lot of trouble as well. Kaze, 1 versus 2, and an impossible one to win as well. What a half being brought out here by Lin Vision. We'll see if they can continue it after the break.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We are here for the second half of Anubis, of course. Linvision with a pretty damn good CT side, it has to be said. Their map pick, we'd expect big things. They bounced back very, very well considering the way that Nuke went down.
Spot on, mate. I think it was some really solid Counter-Strike being played. Really, we do have to look about whether there's anything left in those back pockets. They're going over towards Advent. Gonna find himself one. Looking for more as well. And he'll be giving it. And adds a star. A quick trace coming through, but this is looking very good for the CT side.
Pretty decent start indeed. They will look to continue pushing in. However, the crossfire is pretty solid here. Zaka gonna find a double, needs dealing with, trying to isolate the fights, and he will do so indeed. The flank from behind, can't get it done. Zaka with a massive 4K has just stolen that round out of thin air. Oh my goodness. And Rare Atom, their chance to close their gap has just disappeared.
Oh, that's it. That was the prime opportunity. It looked like it was all in the making, maybe, for Rare Atom to find themselves a pistol, kickstart the comeback, and it falls south in a matter of moments. And here we stand now, of course, being... Realistically, Linvision should walk away with the T-tag pretty comfortably. A little bit of a break here and a conversation to be had off the back of what was a tough pistol to lose. Like we always like to say, I think Rare Atom, they'll be kicking themselves for losing that one. So, 4 rounds the difference. And of course, a nice comfortable buy for the T-tag to come out. They should be an 11-6, really. And, well, pretty comfortably, that being said.
Amelia, nice triple spray down coming in. Kaze will find the trade out, but they tried to burst forwards there. Not really going to work for them, of course. On the hard eco, as you would expect, so. B-bomb site open now. Linvision will get that plant in momentarily. Mosier, cheeky move, not going to work. So, 11-6. Pretty good look here. For the Linvision side, Rare Atom, I think, immediately have got to put something up here, otherwise this game will be nigh on over.
It kind of feels like now or never, right? This is the one where they need to kickstart that campaign. If it doesn't happen here, this game's done. I think if you go to 12-6, I think Linvision alone, in the back of what has been a pretty strong Anubis as things go, should walk away with things for the most part pretty damn comfortably. Zaka and Starry going to set the tone very quickly, and it's going to be done by Amelia. In fact, Jam Young, labored spray, gets punished. Of course, in doing so now, they've got space to work, especially with Mercury being tagged low and Kaze falling. It's falling apart for Rare Atom at the seams, being ripped to shreds.
Yeah, definitely got a feel for them a little bit as things going from bad to worse on this. However, Mosier, trying to be the hero of the hour, won't be able to capitalize on that frag onto Westmelon, but kind of has the run of the mill in terms of where he can go. Manages to get the drop as well. So a 3-on-3 with Amelia being on 1 HP, Starry on 28, and then Mercury on 15, Mosier on 26. So it's like someone's getting a double spray down for free. But who's it going to be? Advent, healthy player. Or 2-man pushing as well. This could be massive. Shadow spotted. Great reaction from Starry, but not able to stay alive. Bomb dropped. 35 seconds. G. To expend a smoke to get it. Going to try and get aggressive here. Advent. Oh my goodness. Playing with fire. Leaves himself blind. Trying to just get the drop here and make sure the frag is advantageous for him. And somehow stays alive. His best Neo impression there as he dodges all the bullets. Rare Atom will recover that one back for a victory.
I'm not sure how as well. With how things started, you finding the 2 opening kills going the way of Linvision, they're doing damage on towards a 3rd as well. And you're thinking, oh, surely they should see this one off. They should have to play trades. And Linvision open up the possibility of Rare Atom isolating fights. Credit to Advent, finding that final kill. Just full blind himself, so it was very concerning. But in the grand scope, not the end of the world. Full bites come through both ways. However, Linvision's is very limp. You see Tech 9 in the hands of Zaka, Galil coming through for Westmelon, and of course, most importantly, somewhat limited utility, especially in the hands of the likes of Starry and Westman. They've only got one piece utility each. So, pause to be called it. A conversation you'd probably assume by LinVision off the back of losing that. And then we, once again, kickstart things back in towards our round number 19. Question being, of course, what if you're the likes of Rare Atom, can they continue? They are in desperate need of a little bit of form, a little bit of momentum. Just get the confidence going. There's individuals up online. We're looking at the likes of Jam Young being a little bit quiet, Mercury being extremely quiet. It's a map in which they're not usually all too comfortable with, and it's showing.
Yeah, definitely. I think some work to be done on this map for sure, but LinVision as well played a really great first half. Picking up the pistol into this one has absolutely turned them around. Rare Atom just hanging on by a thread in the contention of evening things up here. 4 more rounds to go, so a couple rifle rounds that will be. And how do they approach that? This round, LinVision playing a bit further back, playing a bit safer. They don't have a lot of utility to speak of, so they're just looking for someone to come their way at the moment, though. It does feel like mainly just winding that clock down.
That's it. Slow, methodical Rare Atom. They're more than happy to kind of invite in this pressure. They know if the clock starts to tick, the pressure will flip. Mosaic posted and a freebie. Insta traded by G, but at the very least, there's information gained in towards mid.
Westmelon in the smoke, dissipates, will manage to find the frag. G gonna find Kaze. In an instant, it swung massively in favor of the LinVision side of things. Jam Young trying to stick around here. That was a nice flash, but couldn't really capitalize on it. Ended up blinding himself. They're gonna move to save. They're gonna give the round to LinVision. And the LinVision boys will hold on to their lead pretty heftily here, so Rare Atom. Ooh, okay, maybe going to try and go for it. Looked like the body language was to save. Jam Young's put it down to a 1 versus 1. Can't find the head of Starry, though. Oh, my goodness. So damn close. Rare Atom just can't buy the round, though.
So, once again, back to the winning ways for LinVision. But my God, is that close. Very, very close. Question being, of course, now, that response for Rare Atom is very limited. No buy in its entirety. Actually, no investment apart from one flash from Mosaic. It's going to be a gamble stack over towards A. The bomb gets a lot of that mid control. But even just Mercury alone over towards the B site. Adven, hello. He could start things off here. Westman will find the first. It's a lot more bodies to be found, and the Mac 10 of Amelia will delete one. They've gone to the heavily stacked site, and they will scoop up an AK-47, but the bomb and the round should go the way of LinVision.
Yeah, bomb going down, and Jam Young is just the hell out of dodge with this AK taken into the next round to make it work in future. Because the odds of it really finding anything in this round very, very slim to none, you might say. So we'll see here. Mercury hidden away in the corner. Ooh, could get the drop. Could get the drop. No, Amelia spins around to find him. And the AK goes down to a bit of a hunt as well that comes in. So no heroics from that round, unfortunately. LinVision moving up to 13 now. Yeah, threatening the victory here. Threatening that third map, of course. So definitely going to be a scary kind of prospect if they absolutely roll through this one. We feel pretty confident moving into Inferno for LinVision. Keeping this series alive, though. This is exactly what we wanted from this.
That's it. Exactly that. Oh, we'll see. At the moment, this has been a interesting game of Counter-Strike, but looking very one-sided. Oh, Mercury. Good start for him. Zaka going to try and answer back one of his own, and will do Mercury a lovely triple. Brilliant from him, and he stays alive as well. That's so important. 2 versus 4, but the round should go the way of Rare Atom, despite the low HP of Mercury, but it's his heroics who have done it.
Molotov comes around Westmelon. Clearing some angles here. Gonna lose his teammate, though. They definitely needed him. He will get one, but traded instantaneously. Rare Atom to stay alive, to stay in the runnings. They've already found a round like this. Couldn't string it together. We need them to get a few more together here and make this look doable. Keep this game alive, right? As Linvision have got such a lead, a 5-round lead to work with right now. Gonna go for a half-fight. Gonna go pretty safe into this one. Rare Atom, therefore, have an opportunity indeed to pick up some momentum. Couple of rifle rounds in it. That's all that sits here. So if they can just keep it together, we should have a game on our hands.
That's it. We'll see. They're going to come through and towards mid. Not going to cause any problems. Their vision really limited in terms of the economy they've got to work with. Ollie being dropped. That'll limit the space as well. They were trying to wrap in towards doors. And now Kaze. Mosaic can just comfortably tap them away. Fine here, to be perfectly honest. They might get overwhelmed slightly, but that's what they've got the rifle sticking around to do. All well and good. Wrapping back over towards that B site. He's ready. Waiting. Murphy. 1, 2. There's a third as well. All down to a man of G. And this Glock is going to have no success.
As you would expect. Yeah, there goes. So, flawless stuff coming through. 4K for Mercury as well. Getting some frags on the board. Actually has been lacking a little bit there. Mercury was the bottom fragger before that 4K. So, nice to see him get up into the runnings in terms of the stats, I suppose. But the rounds themselves have to keep on coming. We are on another buy from Linvision. They've taken a timeout here as well. Not 100% sure. A little difficult to tell on the old ECL config, unfortunately. But could actually be a pause from either team. Usually we can guess pretty well. But at this stage, it could be from either of them.
Very true. We'll see. 5 rounds the difference. But Linvision, of course, they do have that reinvestment back in towards this next one. Need a conversation to be had here. What's next for them? Do they have anything left in the locker? And of course, we're going to know they do. And this T side, it's always been something that's such a strength of theirs. Question, of course, being, what's next? The T side have been in a little bit of a rut. They need to get back in towards the controlling way. They can't allow Rare Atom to do what they did on Nuke. Run away with the tempo and run away with round after round. And before you know it, that lead you've built up has fallen away. But the length of this pause looking like it is unfortunately a technical one rather than a tactical one, which is something you absolutely hate to see. So until then, well, screw if we can hold and wait. And by the lack of investment by Linvision, I'd expect it's probably on their side. Oh, okay, maybe. Ready to go back underway into round number 23. We're all good. Are going to come through. No AWP in play for Linvision, but there's one for Kaze to wield.
Lovely to see. Back into the action, not having to wait too long there for the game to get going again. A big round for Rare Atom on this one. Absolutely expecting them to bring a solid A game to this, as probably the most impactful round of the game so far is on the way. Starry ready to go. Flash comes around. Difficult for Mosier to deal with, and Starry cleans up Advent. Aggressive, cocky, and effective. Starry's made his way through here. Jamyoung doesn't really know where to look, and that's exactly what they were trying to do to him, just keep him confused. Kaze with one sort of on the exit now, as they will indeed have to take what they have into the next round. So, wow, Linvision. That's a classic, isn't it? Come off the back of the pause and just go for a brute force towards a certain choke point. They go mid, and it works beautifully.
That's it. 100%. There it is, that 40, closer and closer to the finish line. And well, for Kaze and Mercury, the good thing is, of course, they can keep hold of their weapons, and there will be investment around it, so it's not the end of the world. But at the same time, Linvision is just so close to that finish line, that pressure starts to really weigh on the shoulders. We're heading in towards Inferno. We always say it, all good best of threes are decided there. The way this one's panning out, it's very actually difficult to call. Rare Atom on a triumphant run on Nuke to win that. And then Linvision, they've looked, for the most part, pretty comfortable for the entirety of Anubis thus far. A tough one to call who will do well in towards that. We'll have to wait and see, of course. And, well, technically speaking, It's a world in which this one's settled in 2, but that seems kind of out of the question right now. It is a 5-round deficit. LVGCSGO are 2 rounds away, and a pause to come through before we get into them. I'm just hoping it's a tactical one rather than a technical one.
Yeah, not entirely sure. There we go. Feels like attack after that. I think you definitely want to take a minute if you were, especially a Rare Atom player, because, yeah, that round was just absolutely dire from them. Not able to put up a line, any kind of a defense, getting 2 for 1 in mid. Yeah, it's really difficult to kind of come back from a LVGCSG now. In prime position. Absolutely unlosable from here, you would say, especially with the way their rifles have been looking so far.
You'd assume. Slower tempo here by LVGCSG. I don't want to be too overzealous. I don't mind this either. Respecting as much as they can over towards Rare Atom, and understanding as well that they are going to have some buy to work with. So I can fully understand why they're going for this. Still, looking towards his A site. Only actually one person here. It's just Advent playing that B side anchor. He's rotating away from main. He's left a smoke, which is now dissipated. And he's fully rotated off it. He's given them a lot of control, I have to say.
Yeah, quite a lot indeed. Really does leave one surprised. Make their way in towards the A area. Try and give it their best shot. The AWP is here. Flash round for Advent. Leave them blind. He goes in for a peek. Doesn't really spot anything just yet. Molotov comes down. I think a little too late. Flash goes in. Advent has to back away, give them the space. He's also left incredibly low, so I think he might just be dead to rights. Another Molotov continues to push him back. So a fully fledged 5v5 retake here to keep LVGCSG off of 15. Really going to be a challenge. Boosted a player up. Keep the aggression coming. Flashes round. More tags, more damage. No frags as yet on the edge of the smoke, though. Amelia will break the silence. Finds the first. Rare Atom looking so out of sorts on this. They've got a flank from Mosier, but another one falls. Kaze with a trade back. Mosier with a double will be dealt with. It's Kaze up against Amelia, and he gets it done. Thank goodness he's got the kit as well. Just for good measure, make sure that defuse comes in.
Absolute chaos in the server. That post plan realistically should have won that. The fact that it didn't is actually maybe cause for concern. What a weird round. What a chaotic one, to say the least. LVGCSG, they'll be kicking themselves losing that. That's given a bit of an opportunity in a theoretical sense for Rare Atom now to start slowly but surely getting back in towards this game. The buy to come through for LVGCSG. A little bit haphazard with Starry in towards a Deagle. They lose this. Funds are going to be a little bit low in towards the next. And that starts to beckon open opportunities for that CT side. And Mercury knows all too well about it. He's going aggro.
Not a bad look, to be fair. Not able to find anything, though. LVGCSG looking again to play a little fast here. Jam Young, shoulder spotted. Nade goes down range. 7 damage, you know, not really anything to write home about, but there's 100 for Mercury. Amelia will go down, and that's also a very difficult rifle to recover if Starry wanted to go and try and go for it. So they're kind of, you know, 3.5 players at the moment with only the Deagle in the hands of Starry. You can see it just kind of pulls them back. They say, okay, let's get this rifle into Starry and try and do what we can with only 4 players. Move towards the B-bomb site. Decent little setup here from the CTs as well. Mercury going to get the smoke down, try and keep them at bay in towards Dark. They are not afraid to roll through it, but maybe, or they should be. He kind of fluffs it, though. Westmelon somehow manages to refine the return frag. Utility over the top here from the Rare Atom boys. Try and keep them at bay for now. 30 seconds. Player in towards jail. Jam Young will find one before being left low. Gets himself another, absolutely massive that he does so. 2 versus 2. But Zaka, with the aggression, has brought it down to just 1. His name is Advent. He's the in-game leader. Bomb on the cross. Gets stopped. Zaka looking for the trade, and he will get it. 15 for LVGCSG finally found.
My God, that was close. That was seriously close. But now it's more or less looking like it'll be confirmed heading towards Inferno. I thought if they could start to build up a little bit of a run of form, maybe the CT side could be, well, about something. Not to be. And of course, at the back of LVGCSGO in 15, we are going to see a pause be called. You only assume it is just going to be an opportunity to have a conversation here. Rare Atom to see if they can keep their dream alive. But unfortunately, I think this is somewhat not going to happen. Minimal, and unfortunately, it's going to be ourselves. Well, if you're a Rare Atom fan, that's unfortunate, of course, heading towards that third map. I think Rare Atom had a good opportunity to do it within 2. But it's not to be. Right, back on the way, round number 26, and probably the final round, because, oh, ladies and gents, look bottom left. Look at those funds. Look at the buy, double MP9, double 5.7, and a Deeg. This would require something miraculous for them to find this round. Not only losing that was losing their chances of chipping away the deficit, but also losing all of their economic stability too.
Yeah, it's probably the worst possible position that they could be in, trying to, you know, defend their honor and defend the opportunity and the right to stay on this map, I suppose. Getting away from them pretty heavily. What is the move? LVGCSG winding that clock down once again. Gonna opt to go through middle. Mosier was there for just a second. He's gonna flash his boys in through A though. Don't get aggressive. Westmelon on high. Oh, finds them both. Wow, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic stuff. All too easy for LVGCSG right now on a 5 versus 3 with a weakened A bomb site is how it's looking. There is a flank underneath, I believe. Will he be able to spot anyone out? I'm not entirely sure. I don't think there'll really be anyone going his way, unfortunately.
I think you're spot on. Oh, 3 remaining for Rare Atom. Such little to work with. 1 MP9 and 2 pistols. They're looking over towards on A side. They're going to get overwhelmed in just a mere moment. Things are going to be shaky. MP9 will find a first. At the very least, that's something to work with. Pop flash over the side as well, but Amelia catches the rotator. As the bomb goes down, it more or less starts to bang in those final nails in the coffin. Surely now game set, and it is. Map number 3 going to be needed as Anubis goes the way of LVGCSG. And it has to be said, for the most part, Scriv, pretty comfortably. That was some pretty damn good Counter-Strike, but it never really looked at all like LVGCSG felt uncomfortable there.
Yeah, no real worries. I think they definitely look good straight into the map, right? Like immediately looking very, very strong, and it definitely showed throughout. Obviously, finding themselves a pretty good CT side there was enough to work with. A little bit expected, I think, for sure. We did foresee this map kind of being LVGCSG's favor when we were looking at the veto when it first came through. So yeah, really impressed by what we've seen, though, able to kind of keep things as clean as possible on the side of LVGCSG, and no real worries, no real panic. A couple of close rounds in there in places, and obviously Rare Atom managed to find some clean ones, but never really felt like they had control of the game, to be honest with you, right? Never really felt like, okay, this is Rare Atom's time, this is going to be Rare Atom's half, or Rare Atom's game in total. So yeah, I think certainly the LVGCSG side looking clean as we would like, and that's exactly what you want from their own map pick. However, we are going to take a break here. We've got Inferno coming up next. We'll see you there.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
hemisphere, moving in synergy, this electricity, the power of the pioneers, tearing through history, this is our destiny. We are the power, we are the change, we are the pioneers of paradise and fame, and we push you louder like hurricanes. We are the pioneers, we are the pioneers.
wake up, don't speak for a couple of weeks. I'll be in his place till he calls and says he's sorry. This situation's on repeat, just like a scratch on a CD. It just gets deeper when you hit rewind. How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, hurt you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So hard, still at your place, trying to make it okay. He's miles away, I'm left hearing you say that you just need someone caring for you. When will you see me more than your rescue? I'm feeling kinda used, yeah, like a drug that you take when you're sick of crying all your tears away. Is that all I am? All I want is for you to be happy. You know this ain't healthy. Do I make you happy? How many nights will you make this decision? Nights ending tears and it's blurring your vision. You know he don't love you, what you holding on to. Scream through the phone even though he won't listen. So I'm still at your place.
Lovely stuff here into the third map, Linvision and Rare Atom. If you are just joining us, they both won out their own map picks in, relatively clean fashion for both. It was nearly a disaster for Rare Atom on Nuke, but they managed to pull it back with a stellar CT half from them. Linvision, meanwhile, just going through the motions on Anubis, nothing too challenging for them. Looked like the better team. Rare Atom, not quite as comfortable on that. And now we end on Inferno, a classic map. A stellar map, of course, as it will hopefully deliver and continue to bring us some competitive Counter-Strike here. Linvision gaining the banana control as they go bursting forwards.
So, we're looking to see maybe whether Invision can continue their run. This way, let's see. You two over towards CT, but nothing really being given up just yet. It's a much slower approach for the time being. Westman is sticking around. Mollies are coming in. It still looks like they want to commit towards his position, but even still, Mercury on the other side will find a kill on towards Starry. There's the opening we're looking for Rare Atom in response.
Looking good over here. Jam Young will manage to find one as well as they all come through from short, getting himself another. Mercury just playing off of his teammate really well, making sure that they bait them into the trap. Amelia and Westmelon. Westmelon just going to go walking out. Can't win the fight, though. 5 to get through here. Certainly easier said than done. Any more heads going to present? A little bit close onto Jam Young, but I think eventually they will look to overwhelm, especially as the Julies get into action. Only 20 seconds remaining. Just trying to catch some frags on the backside. Not going to happen. Rare Atom, nigh on flawless for the pistol.
Yeah, well, for the most part, right, that's a really strong response when you consider the way in which they weren't really too competitive in towards that of map number 2, right? I think for the most part, we can kind of have that assumption that Television always looked in control. They never really looked out of that game, especially from the second half onwards. So, Rare Atom, very strong. In towards Inferno, they needed to kickstart their campaign. Well, thankfully, of course, they do. Question, of course, is being, can they continue it? We've had one very close map, one a little bit more one-sided, and then, of course, this one up in the air. Wonder what the story's going to be here. Which side has come out on top? Linvision and Rare Atom both had their times of being in control and in charge. Map number 3 is such an even one. Inferno, it's such a level playing ground.
Just Glocks out for this one. They do have a flash available. Try and burst somewhere and find an early frag maybe, but actual round itself, you don't really expect too much from it. I mean, if they even get one kill with the setup that Rare Atom have got here over on the A-bomb site, it's pretty hard to get through, I would say. Flash towards long. Not going to blind up Kaze. Oh, but there you go. He will go down. So mission accomplished. What more can they get done? Rotations starting to hold off towards CT. Ooh, it's fine from Mercury. And now just 3 left on that T side.
Hosea swinging in. Westman up close. Pretty easy kill, all things considered. And of course, in doing so, leaves us down to 2. Zaka's FAMAS needs to find something. He is all alone now to get the lead to Hosea. 2-0 start for Atom. Very comfortable. Very easy. Not really too much of an issue at all. So, at the moment, with a 2-0 start, we feel a little bit more comfortable about where we stand. The big thing being, though, for LVGCSGO, this is that full buy. This is the full response coming in for them. Do they have anything left in the locker, really, from that previous success of Anubis? Do they have some strats left over? We saw a lot of individuals really stepping up when called upon. Need to see more of them coming towards here. Need the likes of Starry and Zaka. Superstar show to come through. Lot of deep. Right now, Envision. Happy actually to be very, very passive. No real banana control being taken at all. As they poke and prod over towards Apps. But they are going to lose basically all of this banana control. Mosaic can just park up here. And that alone can even maybe let Advent go play over towards long. And they can shift rotations like that.
Envision very quickly, I think, got to get their claws in here on this one. Where Atom, that CT side of Inferno especially, can really start flying. We have a bonus buy coming in. A cheeky little move from the T side. Westmelon thinking about going around the corner, but bails on the idea. They will just have to take that frag on the chin, unfortunately. However, they steal the idea. Let's go for a boost up of our own. Actually, G just spamming away that finds the frag, but nonetheless back into an even scenario.
And Alps are going to come through as well. Molotov deny a lot of that pace. Waiting, where opportunity. This flash is great. Should line up one. He labors that spray. And he gets punished. That should have been a freebie. Now they can pounce him towards the B side. Especially now Kaze's done. This should be LVGCSGO finding their first.
Looking pretty easy so far. They will get that bomb down. They will force the save out of the Rare Atom boys. Just contacting in towards B to perfection. And a big save coming through from Jam Young and Mercury. So LVGCSGO, like I say, really solidly done. It started off negatively for them. You thought the Rare Atom had the cheeky boost, the cheeky setup over on B, and they actually had, you know, 3 players over there in total, but wasn't enough. LVGCSGO just really, really timing their shots and playing off each other very well indeed. Quite simple, but it works very effectively.
That's it. They needed a round to kickstart this campaign. Gotta say, as we always say, all the best you decided on Inferno, but this map means a lot, right? This is 2 sides. You both like to play a lot of Inferno. It's a map which has always been a bit of a comfort pick. Definitely the perfect one to describe that third map of this sort of series. And there's history between these 2 sides. So, of course, you decided in a best of 3 and a third map of that best of 3 as well. It means a lot more. This is the upper bracket final, so it's not the end of the world if you lose this. You do drop into towards the lowers, but the scary thing about the lowers is there's some pretty decent teams down there. Charon Gaming, of course, who took the Mongols deep 3 maps. Of course, the Mongols themselves also down there as well. NKT with the new lineup of Gratisfaction. It is a scary lower bracket to say the least. Staying alive in the uppers and guaranteeing your spot in towards those grand finals is huge for the confidence, and it gives you time to prep for whatever opponent it's going to be. Double MP9, Gazi and Advent. This seed side buy is somewhat lackluster.
Yeah, still a bit of a surprise for me that they try and send it on this type of a buy, so not a massive fan. And a weakened A bomb site as well, both towards long, just completely given up short. LVGCSGO, I don't know if they had a read on this or if it's just part of the game plan, but a perfectly executed round. They just find short open and therefore the A bomb site open once they get, you know, moto smokes and everything down. Even finding a kill for good measure, but I think they had the round locked in just off the back of their positioning there.
I think you're spot on, man. And of course, now, this round, more or less, is done. It's the case, of course, can they get any upgrades? They will. Cars in towards the M4. The fall away. It's a full reset. Only losing the one casualty, that a Mercury. They can fully reset with another buy-in towards the next. Mercury might struggle a little bit. Might need a bit of support when it comes towards maybe Util being dropped over. But, yeah, for the most part, it's a full reset. They're going to give up that lead, though. And LVGCSGO going to tie this game up 2 rounds apiece. Here it is. Second on the board. Everyone's staying alive as well for the likes of LVGCSGO. A flawless second put up. Super important. Just like that. I'm curious to see what the buy's going to be looking like. Mercury for him. Actually, going to be M4 when it's Advent, the one dropping it over, in fact. He's going to wield the MP9. So, look at the swap there. The leader, the IGL, taking the lesser firepower. But I guess maybe doesn't mind all too much. We're at him. That's that full reset. Another crack at the apple here. And they make it work.
Ooh, Mercury down middle. Nice and aggressive. Going to be able to find a double, in fact. Clearing out the banana area. So, pretty solidly done from Rare Atom to not only get the 2 kills, but also gain the control that they were after there. Starry going to be mollied out of position. So, really forced into an awkward spot on the LVGCSGO end of things. G sticking around here, but not going to be able to find anything. Mosier creeping forwards off the back of his teammate. Emilio with the trade out, but left on 25 HP. Set up surely for the 2K here. It will actually just be the MP9 to find it, but that round most certainly over. Rare Atom regaining the lead off the back of that slightly janky buy.
Yeah, it's a great round as well, considering, you know, Murky is the only one to fall in the round prior, so he has to be dropped. He gets dropped the M4 by Advent, who then gets the MP9 in a swap deal there with Mercury, as Mercury goes aggressive, finds the round more or less single-handedly with the opening double kill. That's brilliant. And it shows how important that full reset was in terms of, you know, the second they lost Mercury, the second they lost the A site, everybody saving. Everybody calling it. We'll give it another crack in towards the next round. And this time, second time's the charm, as they say. Flashing towards apps. Envision, poking and prodding. Both sites right now. You can see over towards that top B. But a little bit of presence there off the back of the Util. Same has to be said over towards apps. Has kept attention towards A. They haven't rotated that long player off just yet. Cars are lurking and lingering around. It might be too late. They might be playing retake.
Yeah, may well be the move. We'll see what Mosier and Advent can get done here. He's going in. It's decent damage. Going to lose the first. Advent only good for 1. 4 on 3. Retake indeed looking likely. They will move their way over pretty quickly. Jamyoung, though, on the opposite side of the map, is quite far away from the action. And they do not fancy it. LVGCSGO will be handed a round. Rare Atom left to back away. Back and forth continues. Good to see you get this competition on the third map, but very difficult to tell who's really coming out on top of things, on top of these exchanges, and a close start. It really does put value on the first team to start kind of streaking ahead and gaining a lead.
Yep. Now safe. Of course, it is a very back and forth game of Counter-Strike right now. Sorry, actually will fall to the bottom, but not the end of the world. They have plenty of money to work with, so I'm not be too worried about that. However, all tied square, of course, and most importantly, it's a battle right now to see who can break the other's economy, who can get the momentum, the wind in their sails. Being back and forth, it can be so difficult to build up that stability. Both sides do have a little bit of pocket change left in the wallets left over they need. But more arguably to be said over towards that of LVGCSGO. So if they win this, Rare Atom could struggle to buy in towards the next. There's no real loss being built up as well, due to the back of it being back and forth. So, always an issue. A slower tempo set once again.
Yeah, really playing things safe on the LVGCSGO side. feels like a massive change up compared to Anubis, where things were moving so very quickly on that map from both teams, to be fair. This one is much more thought out and a much slower affair. Towards B once again for Linvision, though. Same two players that didn't find success last time out, so this is a pretty good look from the Linvision side of things, moving through with their confidence and feeling good about this one. I think they will most certainly want to push through on good timings. Going to go through this smoke. The execute comes in over the top, one towards CT. Advent hidden away at first orange. Mosier will spot that first. Advent finding Zaka. It's Westmelon who comes in on the flank. Advent somehow doesn't find the kill onto G. Mercury, meanwhile, is here. He's going to get aggressive. He can't deny the bomb plant away, but he can find himself two and leave it all onto Westmelon. The man of the hour. Can he find it? First fight does not go his way. Kaze will take his legs out from under him. And Mercury with the defuse. Rare Atom back in for number 4. The back and forth continues.
Yeah, the bonbon as well will mean that once again another reinvestment comes through from Linvision. No problems asked. It is, yeah, monstrous to say the least. But a great retake with 3 remaining alive. Super important. Keep themselves alive and kicking. This game kind of setting itself up for potentially being one to go the full distance. We could see another long one here. These two sides, for the most part of this entire series, have been inseparable. This one could be more of the same. Mac 10. That's what the Westmelon's got to work with. It's a Galil for Zaka too. At the very least, they've got a whole host of Utah under the belt. Molotov being dropped towards top car by Zaka, who finds Mercury to open things up. Galil overcomes the M401S.
A little bit ridiculous that that's the way that it gets kicked off. Jam Young, the sole defender of mid now. Ready to move in and attack him here as they actually molly him out of position, so he will opt to back away. We've got 3 towards the A bomb site, keeping things bolstered in, keeping things nice and strong on that A side of things. Kaze left incredibly low on the site. Mosier trying to cover off his homeboy. Will manage to get one, has to back away himself. Smoke goes down, bit of a guessing game begins, but it's G from long. That might just have turned the tide, or is it Jam Young? Oh my goodness, triple kill comes through from both. Absolutely ridiculous scenes, all down to Advent and Zaka. Zaka's got the bomb and Zaka's got other ideas. He's going to move towards B.
So tough. I don't think Advent's got the right read yet. He's going to stick around over towards A, which kind of makes sense, but he will be playing retake. Util for Zaka, minimal though, unless he can scoop some up, but there's no corpses over there. Where you can look over towards the belt of Advent. He's got it all. Molly, smoke, and a double flash to work with. And now, a kit. So, this is most definitely on. You'd even argue probably this favors the likes of Advent just on the back of Utah alone. The only thing is, Zaka will have the drop. He'll have the information. He's going to be clearing these positions. Banana, he knows that no one's coming from right now. The bomb is planted for him, and time's starting to tick. Sub 20 seconds left to work with. He's got to go here and now. It doesn't have a smoke, though. That's going to be the big one. Zak has heard the cross, but I don't think he's got the timing. He's won it out. Brilliant from Zaka. 3rd kill to his name. And a brilliant 1v1 clutch there. When it mattered most against Advent. He'll tie this game right back up once again. Sumptuous stuff. Scriv, man, this game continues to give.
Yep, keeping it coming, man. Keeping it coming. Hard to guess, hard to get a read on, as I said earlier, who is the stronger team here, who's the one that has control of the game, right? And it'll continue. There's a pause that comes through, I would imagine, from the Rare Atom side of things, but all the same, they've got enough cash just about to buy in, so they will keep the pressure on and keep things coming. Kaze with the glass cannon AWP. Not looking too good at all here in terms of certain parts of the buy. The utility especially is a big one. Probably going to be no kit available. Ah, there you go, Advent. The thinking man. He will indeed get the kit. So 4-2-4. Which team is going to come away with, you know, that lead and that streak? Or are we just going to continue trading rounds for the rest of the half?
You will have to see. A couple of individuals over towards Rare Atom really been stepping up. Jam Young, Mercury, they're the two kind of biggest names of the team. And the big name over towards LVGCSGO, 0-6 right now. Starry, yet to frag. I don't think that's really something we would have ever really expected to say. He is meant to be the shining light over towards the LVGCSGO side, but it's something I brought up very early into this series. At times, Starry has the occasional time where he just really struggles to get going. When he does, of course, he's always electric. Positive thing, I guess you could say, for LVGCSGO is they're not reliant on him at the moment. As we saw that previous clutch from Zaka, G's been doing all right as well. He's something here. Cars 8 full fly, get out of there. Oh, just about escapes in time for the Mac 10. Via's round the corner.
Well, they'll feign banana control on the side of LVGCSGO and then move back towards the A side of things. It has kind of worked. They weaken up the A side. You know, so it is an easier run of things here. Smoke going down towards short. Flash off the door. Starry can't find success. Amelia does manage to do so. Oh, and Westmelon's ready for the second player in pit. Well read and well defended there, of course. LVGCSGO might just be able to break the curse with this round. However, sticking around on the Rare Atom side of things. Advent up on the boost, hoping to spot somebody out. I don't think he's going to be able to find anyone, unfortunately. At least not until... this smoke goes down. Trades there from Mosier, but doesn't really matter. Advent tried to get out, but Westmelon plucks him out of the air. And there you are. LVGCSGO will get it done. Couple rounds for them. And now, of course, taking that lead and breaking that bank. Should be an easy run of things here for LVGCSGO. All things considered, they do have a flash, they do have a B stack.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the move is later on into the round from the CT side. Going to leave Jam Young with his Deagle over on the A side of things. And they are sort of digging for info on A as well, so... yeah, we'll see here. We'll see, I think, with that frag. That's actually Starry's first. They might move towards the A side of things.
We've been waiting for this round for ages, right? We've been talking about how, because it's been so back and forth, neither side has had the kind of that loss bonus built up, right? And because it kind of all came down to who could chip away just enough to lead us to this exact situation. Economy shattered and, or more or less, a freebie of a round. Because he started finding his first kill as well. It wasn't exactly James Bond, it was 0-2-7, so not the end of the world. Just his little cousin, Barry Bond. But either way, over towards that of 8, nobody there. I will be probably just a complete save call to be called by Rare Atom. They might play X's down towards mid, but for the most part, I don't see them really attempting a retake. Granted, not exactly like they've got anything to lose, but kind of comes to the thing of, really, what's the point? Maybe save the KD a little bit. Jam it out ever so slightly with those pistols. They're going to play X's. Of course, with that bomb radius as well, they really do have to exit quite a deep way. And you'd usually expect if they gamble stack towards B, they'd be lurking somewhere in and around that of CT. Actually, they're looking like they might poke and prod over. If they're playing towards apps, they can make it a bit more expensive.
All in pit. I mean, if you kind of send it now, there's a world in which you can kind of catch them off guard here, but I don't think they're really going to commit that hard on the CT side of things. So only the one frag comes through from the T side, but LVGCSGO now stringing them together, starting to gain some control here and putting up a pretty good T side as well, I think, in terms of where their scoreline is at. So really looking forward to getting into the latter stages of this half and see what Rare Atom have got to respond. Of course, going to be a buy back through from them, but missing out on the AWP is a relatively big deal, I would say, at this stage of the game.
That's it. So, a 2-round buffer, that bit of breathing room for them to work with, important. A lot of early util coming through as well. And actually, this will give Rare Atom, if they really want it, they can play aggro, controlling towards Banana. They'll be giving it for free. Bit and A damage. That smoke is so important. They flash through it. They'll realize nobody's here. And that's it. Now they got all Banana control. This will force either Linvision to play retake, which in itself is extremely difficult, or pincer them over towards the A side.
Smoke out at mid. But again, no real commit from Linvision. They are playing pretty far back here. They'll go for the Banana control. A couple players at the top end for the CT side to hold down. It looks like Kaze's on his way as well. Looking to play anti-flash. Could be a bit risky for Advent, especially if they just go flying around the corner dry, which is not too foreign. Flash comes in. We may need Advent, well, to stand strong, and unfortunately he's not going to be able to do so. Mosier, good for one. There was a player with a nade out that he could have caught, but actually he just keeps on going. And Kaze's here to help out. Make sure he keeps his teammate alive. Perfect hold from Rare Atom. The top end of Banana is impenetrable.
You'll have to see it. The CT side clapping back with one of their own. Pretty damn emphatically as well. So, this game continues to deliver, continues to go back and forth. And actually a very good opportunity for Swing Round to come through in towards round number 12 as well. You look towards Linvision. They've got a full investment of their own. This one falls south, no bomb plant. Atom could break the economy the same way Linvision did a few rounds ago. And of course would give that CT side an opportunity to start in some way. Building up that repertoire. At the same time, Mosaic, Kaze, both in around $100 in their back pockets. Not exactly sitting comfortably themselves.
No, this is true. I mean, either side at this point of the game, this is kind of what goes down in the middle of a half as well. You know, you start to either really run out of money or build it up, as the case may be with how back and forth this one's been. Neither team has really had the opportunity to cleanly build things up. I think Linvision is sort of the only team so far that have actually fended off against a full eco. And those are generally your opportunities to build up cash. So, going to have a pretty dire effect on your money. But we'll see here. Nades over the top. Again, getting that Banana control. Much more passive hold this time from Rare Atom, so a complete switch up from the previous round.
At the moment, smoking towards front side. Good timing as well. But they're still going to pull the plug either way. They don't care. Jose could have spammed there. Maybe could have caused a problem. And he's left Advent stranded. He won't be able to find anything of his own. Linvision, a great take towards the beat up. But I got to say, it comes down to Mosaic. A spam there would have been so important. Advent just had no chance all alone with 3, 4, 5 people running in his direction. That's the round done. They've gone for the save. Linvision extend the lead once again to that 2-round buffer that we've spoken about.
Yeah, just able to keep them at arm's length at this point, aren't they, Linvision? We talked about maybe a lack of control coming in for a certain team into this game. It does feel like Linvision might just be starting to get there with that. As they are, indeed. Obviously a couple rounds ahead, but ever so slightly more consistent with the rifle rounds and able to string them together as well, which is something that I do feel Rare Atom have not really been able to do so far.
Well, let's see. Pause to be taken. And, as we've already spoken about, this is a very good opportunity for a conversation here. I think Rare Atom kind of desperately need one. That was a very shaky hold over towards that B side. To something in which Linvision will know about now. They'll know, or at least understand that, you know, we've been allowing Linvision to take so much banana control time after time that we've always been playing retake or forcing our way over towards the A side. But now we realize if we just go a little bit quicker, we can actually catch these two guys off guard. It's Advent, it's Mercury, Advent, Mosaic, may I say. And Advent's struggling right now. Maybe we might be able to punish him individually, see what we can do. Story on the other side is himself still struggling. He's on Inferno. can be a little bit of a cruel mistress, and right now that's exactly how it's feeling, I think, for the likes of Starry. 1-8. The pause hopefully done in a mere moment. And of course, we can get back underway. Unless it's a tech pause, then who knows? And by the length of it, I'm assuming it is a tech pause.
Feels like it might be.
I think we just had the confirmation from Prod as well. So, yeah, hate to see it.
Happens from time to time. You know, this is where we get to make our money, I suppose, you know, and keep people entertained, keep people ingrained with the chatting. But yeah, I mean, looking relatively good. I think that LinVision have had, again, some really clean rounds going towards that B-bomb site, as you're sort of mentioning quite a lot. And it does seem to be a hole in the defense. But even when they put 3 there, they're able to keep it interesting and keep the CTs guessing, maybe keep them over towards A as well, right, with some presence over there. So I think really, really well done from LinVision to continue that and, yeah, just keep Rare Atom on their toes. And again, when we talk about this control, when we talk about, like, dictating the pace and where the fights are at, I think that is a big, big part of it for LinVision, is just the fact that they're running the show on the T side right now.
Let's see. We are still, unfortunately, on the pause. So while we wait, it has been a very interesting game of Counter-Strike right now with both of these two sides, neither of them giving up all too much ground. They're fighting desperately for space. And it has been a very, very even showing. Question, of course, I guess, mostly being, what will things be like heading in towards the second half? How they flip? We already kind of saw over towards Nuke. Both sides really struggling on that T side. And that could be a story that carries on a little bit here. So LinVision, what they're doing with 7 rounds already, potentially could be good enough. We'll find out, of course, when this pause is done. Hopefully, it can be as soon as.
Here we go. Back into the action there. So, you know, as far as tech pauses go, that's not too bad. Definitely been sat in longer ones. Pretty decent stuff as we get back into the action. LinVision hoping to hold on to their lead here. I think certainly will be able to do so if they find that same sort of control towards the B-bomb site as we've been mentioning. Maybe after a long time out like that, it's given them a few fresh ideas to try and change things up. As you can see, Rare Atom, they're wanting to change things up. Not only is there 3 over on B, this is the first time in a long time that we've seen them go aggressive, try and take some control in the banana area, but there's actually nobody around there, so they will back off on that T side, give them the control, and it looks like we might see a Rare execute towards the A side.
Yeah, looking like there's enough for a long smoke coming through, so we'll be plugging the way over towards short. 2 players here already waiting. Jamyoung and Kaze. Immediately gonna be that first point of contact. Shoulder spotted. Oh, take some tag damage as well. And Kaze gonna fall off the angle.
Slow push coming round once again from the LinVision side. 40 seconds left to play with. Kaze left low. Going to be a bloodbath here on the A-bomb site. Which way does it go, though? Oh, my goodness. They're all over. Zaka in behind enemy lines. It's all Mosier and Mercury. Rare Atom hold the line. They read the round perfectly, and LinVision just couldn't flash them off. They somehow, you know, got players in super deep. I just don't think they were expecting, like, 3 guys to be on the A site itself.
Gotta say, it's a good round. Actually, is a good round in the way they set themselves up there. That double stack over towards short, well called, and actually a little bit fortunate in the sense that they weren't playing that standard short-long split. That could have been costly. Double stack over towards short gave them the firepower necessary. LinVision back in towards a bit of a predicament. Lose this round here. And money in the bin, and actually an opportunity for Rare Atom to take a lead in towards the second half, which itself will be monumental. Good start for Blind Mosier. Will find a kill, but it gets traded immediately. G gets tagged though.
Starry lining up some nades here. Try and go for a reaggress towards the A-bomb site, maybe. At the very least, you know, keeping them, again, interested and guessing on the rare atom side. That's what the T side of Inferno is all about. Just showing presence kind of all over the map until you're ready to attack. Rotation game, incredibly important. Jam Young looking to be on the way. But unsure, as said, because of the Lin Vision control here. Nades coming round, flying through. Mercury will manage to find the first up on the boost. Advent flashed himself in, and Mercury for a double spray down. Rare Atom finally have managed to string some together as well, figuring things out towards the tail end here. And now it is a battle for the 8th.
It's important as well because it just means a little bit of confidence going into the second half. That's what we're all about here. Bit of a shining light as well. If Rare Atom can continue to further a bit of success here. As you mentioned, that buy, it was always going to be brutal for Lin Vision if that one was to go south, and that's exactly what we see. The 15th and final round offers not a lot for that of the T side. It's a quad tech 9 and 1 AK in the hands of Amelia, and Amelia has to go huge here, but being notoriously pretty quiet. Mercury gets deleted, not about starting. They're going to wrap towards B. I like this.
Amelia finding another. Starry's also chimed in, so suddenly there's only 2 players left. Mosier takes out G, but left incredibly low. Kaze in towards the pit area here. Will be a little overlooked. Eventually hunted down, and yeah, of course, misses the shot up close. Round over. 4 HP, the only thing that stands in between Lin Vision and the 8th round, so... I mean, if he even finds one here, I'd be kind of amazed, to be honest. So, yeah, not really expecting a great deal out from our guy, Mosier. Gonna be caught looking the wrong way as well. 8-7 at the turn of the half. Lin Vision taking the lead there after their T side, and indeed, a close game as we were expecting. Things to continue here on Inferno after a short break. Hello, everybody. Welcome back into the second half here. Our final half of the day for this upper bracket semi. Looking pretty damn good at the moment for the Linvision side of things as they come away with a slim lead. We'll see what the pistol has in store.
Let's see, right? I think we've seen a lot of positives from both sides. It's as even as the game as possibly can be. And off the back of what was two interesting first maps, we were unsure how this one was going to pan out. Immediately for a double to open things up, looking for more. It's Westmelon who adds to it. Linvision starting strong, but Advent's got the right ideas. It's messy, it's chaotic, and his shots aren't quite hitting. And it'll cost him his life. What a round, what a pickup. Westmelon for 3. Amelia for 2, and that's Linvision who continue their winning ways. 9-7.
Pretty good start. Denying the bomb plant away as well, I think is a very, very big deal. As there'll be no real opportunity for the opposition to impress or indeed to threaten them in the follow-up round. So it's a straight-up eco from Rare Atom. Oh my goodness, Mosier flying out mid, finds G. Beautiful stuff. There's the God spawn for Mosier, I think, has allowed that one to happen. So just got to watch themselves a little here on the Linvision side that they don't lose anyone else, I would imagine.
All right. So far, so slow. And so low. Over towards quite a few in Rare Atom. Gaze, Advent, Mercury. Mosier to a degree. Could all be mowed down in a matter of moments. 1 nade and they are game set. Looking over towards 8. 3 players here ready and waiting. And Zaka should clean up quite a few men towards mid. Well, there's one. Gonna reload as well before the next fight. And they're swinging towards the M41S. Simple, easy, and effective. And these pistols being put to rest.
Yep, no real sweat off the brow. Just the crazy timing peak that comes through, I suppose. Certainly does happen to the best of us. And like I say, based off the back of the spawn, I think Mosier just had the better line there. But no real threat to the round itself, which I think is exactly what Linvision were hoping for. Now, moving forwards, they will only have a couple of M4s here. 3 MP9s in play. Not so sure how I feel about this one, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm with you. I just think this is a very weird buy. Triple MP9. I guess by a technicality, we can make the argument that it is a bonus. But even still, they could have made a little bit more of a competitive one. Going to play up close and personal, Starry. Alongside G. All this apps control. Actually, game by just these two alone. Quite like this. It's an unorthodox crossfire. One of which actually could net themselves a bit of success, especially the MP9 around the corner. Spotted, dinged, and 2 for Story. And upgrades the AK as well. That's a brilliant start.
Absolutely magnificent stuff. Exactly what they were looking for on the cheekiness from Linvision with this bonus buy, as we've called it. Rare Atom. I mean, I've got to at least get a bomb plant here, right? Do some damage, not allow the CT side to start spiraling out of control incredibly quickly. They are on for a flawless round here. It definitely is possible. In the apartments right now. Not the best spot. I think a tough choke point to get through, and they kind of know it, trying to reposition and stay original. 30 seconds left. Starry and G in on the site itself. Really, really not looking too great here. Rare Atom running out of time, running out of ideas. They've got 1 flash to work with, but I don't even think they're going to use it. Advent flying round. G going to let them get in. So they do actually have, you know, the pit control to work with. 10 seconds, though, to get that bomb planted, and there's 2 players on the site. I don't see it happening, but they found the kills. Oh, my goodness. How have they managed to pull that off? 3 versus 3 now. 2 MP9s in on the retake. Down goes 1 as he goes a bit fast. And the other 2 remaining players have been smoked off. I'll try and boost above the smoke here and hopefully spot someone out. But just turtling up on the Rare Atom side. Not giving a single opportunity across. Westmelon does catch Advent, though. Kit available for Westmelon. Low HP for the remaining 2 players. It's definitely not out of the question. How does this post plant look? Time ticking away. They'll spot 1. go in for him. However, Kaze goes overlooked, and he's just going to wait, play the time, and finds the double, in fact. Time works as his best friend there. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Kaze in the 2 versus 1.
Yeah, falls to the bomb, but it does not matter. Great round to be taken. I guess, once again, you can say, technically speaking, we chalk that to being a bonus buy. But even still, that's such a monumentous one to be taking. And in that sort of fashion, especially off the opening 2 go to the hands of Starry, you're thinking maybe it's game over in this round. And actually, potentially going forward, we could see LVGCSGO just run away with the CT side. And Ratum answer right back. The only problem is that was so expensive. And because it was so expensive, for both sides, the buys are going to be a little bit haphazard. You can see for the T side, they're really trying to figure out how do they work these funds in their favor. Kazi got an AK. Double Galil, double Mac 10 to support. We're over towards LVGCSGO. Well, they haven't got a 5-7 play and an MP9. At least they got an AWP. And much better there. Starry actually going to be the one to wield the AWP as well, rather than G or Zaka. G being the primary AWP, Zaka being the secondary AWP. And it's Starry who's going to wield it. So maybe based on spawns, or maybe based on just trying to get him individually back up online.
Yeah, perhaps. An interesting move, but it's a broken kind of buy anyway. I'm not so sure that we are big fans of this one, to be honest with you. We'll see. They look set for a B hit here on the LVGCSGO side of things. Smoke to keep them at bay in that choke point. G, good for 1. Westmelon comes around with the FAMAS though. Advent goes high, but he's spotted. Not a chance. The remaining 2 players just going to try and send it here. Play perfect from here on in. Amelia in the smoke. We know he's around, but he's somehow doing it with the USP. Oh, going to find the second frag as well. What a wild round. LVGCSGO come away with it, though, and Rare Atom will be kicking themselves their opportunity to close the gap, break the bank, and probably even things up if they'd won that round, but it slips away.
And arguably they should have as well. I mean, a big thing for them not taking it. Very important. Keeping LVGCSGO alive, and most importantly, just shattering the funds over towards Rare Atom. A big investment for them. And now they're left with, well, nothing. It should be a 12-8. Should be that 4-round buffer. Should be the breathing room. And we've all said and done. LVGCSGO getting very close to the finish line and very close to a grand finals too.
Yeah, just around the corner. We'll obviously have to wait a little bit of time to see who joins them. And you never know, through the lower bracket, these teams could face off once again. But you have the likes of Mongols, Wings Up, New Happy, and NKT waiting down below. Some scary names there. I don't know that you necessarily really want to test them. And of course, it would be a great feeling to get through into that grand final here, win the upper bracket finals. Couple kills coming in. What is that through the smoke to drop the bomb? Oh my goodness. Thought we could talk over this round, but apparently not. Advent, 15 HP and a dream. Trying to find the AWP at range doesn't happen for him. Retrieving and planting that bomb is going to be a real challenge here, and he knows it. Hoping to clear some angles, hoping somebody comes his way, gives him the opportunity. I don't think it's going to happen, and as soon as he peaks, G will drop him. 12-8. Robbed of the bomb plant on the Rare Atom side, but now the gap is growing.
Yeah, that's it. Quite a lot of space between these two. 12-8, but full buy back out again, but even still, Mercury can't really pick up anything too audacious. Jamyong's okay. Let's make sure something dropped for him. I don't think that is the case. Yeah, double Galil is going to be the setup. This has been the problem for a Rare Atom. Even when they're on ecos, they just don't have a lot of money left in those back pockets, and they maybe have to slightly overinvest with the upgraded pistols. Of course, there's problems later down the line. They're going to come through, and it will meet Mercury. Starts with this round, 71 points of HP. LVGCSGO happy to play a lot more passive here.
Much safer run from the LVGCSGO side of things. I think they know that Rare Atom are going to start to get frustrated and probably indeed try and force their way in. That's exactly what's happening. with this very quick A execute coming round. Right out towards long. Zaka takes it, and he will indeed win it. Looking very good as they slowly but surely work their way up short. Starry in towards pit. Needs dealing with 4 players here as well for the CT side to contend with. So pretty clean stuff, you would say. They're still headed towards the A side of things on the Rare Atom side. I'm not so sure. This is looking like it should be a bloodbath, and indeed it starts off well for the CTs. Amelia does go down. Zaka does get traded. West Melodon maybe backed off a bit when he could have perhaps helped him towards the site. He's going to lose his fight. And they overstep. They overstay on the Linvision side of things. The setup was perfect, but the execution, anything but.
That it was more or less it. Save called by G. It's nothing to do with this. 1 versus 2 as well. They probably won't even exit out his way. Great response from Rare Atom. Staying alive. T-side, not done just yet. Question still being, of course, anything more in the locker for Linvision. They need to make sure they cannot allow this deficit to be chipped away. Bomb goes off. There's that 9th. Aaron takes a lot of damage. Staying alive is all that matters. Still yet to see, really, Starry coming on the line. He is really struggling on Inferno. It's a map which is usually a bit of a comfort for him. He's usually pretty damn self-sufficient, especially on the T side, but moreover on the CT as well. His T tie was pretty poor, and well, the CT side hasn't really been that much better. And of course, the buy-in towards round number 22 for that CT side is minimal. Just the AWP alive, no real upgrades, very small amount of util. It's going to be an ever so slight stack over towards the B side.
Yeah, just a small one here to work with. Nice opener from G. Ridiculous shot to open things up, and going to stay alone on the B-bomb side, maybe thinking that that AWP shot will scare them off and they will bolster up A. So, in theory, I'm a big fan, but actually Rare Atom have read relatively well, and they get a perfect flash there across the top as well to just open up the B-bomb side. They don't quite know it yet, but they have opened things up over there.
Yeah, they're going to continue slowly prodding. Unfortunately, that AWP can't be scooped up too, so actually a pretty expensive round for Linvision, all things considered. The one thing they were hoping to keep alive, they don't. And also going to lose the round as well on top of it. Where for Rare Atom, only the 1 casualty, not too bad. All the util being jumped over. Little did I know, nobody's home. It's just that full save. I wouldn't even really mind here. You saw the likes of Linvision, there's 4 pistols just flying over and try and make it expensive. Get it over and done with kind of thing. Not really saving all that much. There's no util, there's no armor, there's no good pistols. There's nothing for them in this round to be bringing over in towards the next. So I actually really wouldn't mind if they went and tried to make this expensive. They know, they should have an understanding at the very least that a couple of players over towards Rare Atom have limited funds. And that is the case. Jam Young and Kaze, to name a few, Mosaic has already fallen.
Simple stuff at the tail end. Rare Atom just winding the clock down, of course, as this bomb is set to go off. Not really committing to the hunt, not going super aggressive. They took out the big gun of the round. No point risking losing any more rifles or whatever. They want to build up the cash as best they possibly can. You can see, you know, players get very rich very quick on that T side. Linvision starting to panic a little bit now. Their lead is under contention in a massive, massive way, as there is only a couple rounds between them and Rare Atom. Really looking good here for Rare Atom to close the gap and maybe even take the lead if they win out this rifle round, you know, with where the money's at for Linvision. I think 13 might just come through quite easily for them, so we'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of pressure on this.
Spot on. Let's see. This is the round in which Rare Atom, if they find it, they're right back in control. They're right back in that driver's seat. That's what it's all about. Just coming through. Molotov extinguisher on the smoke as well. This is actually space for Rare Atom to work with. Nade could do damage though, and actually avoided entirely, apart from Mosaic takes an ever so slight tag. I mean, Linvision are feeling the pressure. You can see it. They're getting a little bit nervy.
Certainly does seem to be the case here. I think yeah, really starting to doubt themselves. It feels like the energy has just sort of moved out of their CT side so far. We have had a couple rounds from them, to be fair, where it looked like they were set up well enough, and then they just couldn't win the round. And I think that they will kind of know it, where it's like, damn, we're just not hitting our shots. The game itself, the players, however you want to look at it, moving into them, and all the pieces in the right place for LVGCSG, but just micro, you know. And sometimes that can be really frustrating, because it's like you look at yourself as an individual like, oh man, I should have found that kill, and if only I had, we maybe would have won the round. I think there'll be 2 or 3 players thinking that in places on the LVGCSG side. A hit to come round. 25 seconds. Oh, Starry tries with the cheeky off angle. Flash is coming in from both sides. Amelia in on the site. Drops 1, drops 2, creates space for the aggressive push to come in, and not a chance. They just didn't have time, and a smoke goes down at the perfect moment from LVGCSG. I think that messed up the whole attack.
You're spot on. There we go. 5 remain alive as well for LVGCSG. That's massive. And 2 for Amelia. Super important. Keeping their story alive. 3 ahead of Rare Atom. 3 away from map series and grand final. In their favor too. It's all coming down to these fine margins. And again, yet another reinvestment to come through for Rare Atom. Expected, but this one falls flat. And they're in serious trouble. Not only will LVGCSG find 14, the economy shattered. They're more or less guaranteed 15. And that's when insurmountable pressure starts to weigh on those shoulders. This, for me, feels like the most important round we've seen from Rare Atom thus far. They have to take this one. If they don't, they are playing for OT, more or less.
Nice flash round. Keeping the Rare Atom boys panicked. But yeah, absolutely palpable right now, the tension in this game. Really being felt by both sides. Rare Atom, it's just such a shame. They've had a nice T side, but couldn't get themselves in early, and I think that was the big issue. And this entire game, it has felt, you know, we had some back and forth in the beginning of that first half, but for a good 75% of it, it feels like LVGCSG have been the ones in control, and that is set to continue towards the tail end here. So Rare Atom really have to change up the narrative if they want to take the game.
You're right. So let's see. Do they have the ability to do exactly as you ask? That's probably going to drop a smoke. Needs to do it now. Yeah, he's in trouble. Gets caught in hand. Not a clue here. And they spotted Amelia into a second orange. Easy double entry from Mosaic. This is a brilliant start to the round for Rare Atom. And actually, LVGCSG might just call it into the save here.
Certainly possible. Looks like they are just kind of conceding this one. Give the round across Rare Atom. Yep, that all-important round, like we were saying, does manage to be won out. And I think very important in the fashion that Rare Atom do it. They do it flawlessly. They don't lose a single player. So continuing the trend and the confidence and all that good stuff, of course, for them. Very, very positive stuff, as, yeah, it's not over just yet. Just when it looks like a team is about to take it over the finish line and gain all that important control, it just falls apart. So LVGCSG will have their work once again cut out. They'll be able to buy, thanks to the save there.
I was wondering as well whether you look at it and, you know, we saw Jam Young kind of lurking over towards A, whether he was going to maybe make it, or try to make it a little bit more expensive. The only problem is he alone didn't have the funds to really justify that sort of play. That's a pretty damn flawless round as things go for Rare Atom. So, 13-11. Story continues there in what has been a marathon of a game. We expected this coming in towards this one. These two sides have history. They know each other extremely well. And you'd expect when you look towards your scrims and your practice, they must play each other all the time. These are two of the most premium, well, actually the 2 most premium sides coming out of their region. Of course, the Mongols being most premium out of theirs, were Eruption probably the second best. Let's see. P9 for Amelia. Open play for G though. Has to rattle off with some magic. So once again, pressure is sort of starting to flip over the other side. To be dropped close. Zaka going to respect this top side push as well. He knows that they're looking towards A.
Yeah, seems to be quite ready for this hit to come through, I feel. They have given A look, but then called it off and start to rotate back towards B. Very interesting move. I think it has caught Linvision a little bit flabbergasted, but they had a player on the speedway who's going to hear all that running coming in, so they're fairly sold on the B hit now. Smoke goes down. Another player ready to rotate. They're going to quickly make their way back towards A now. So, not too sure about this one from Rare Atom. I think they also aren't too sure in their game plan, to be honest with you. Only 2 players to contend with, I suppose, is what they've managed to find themselves with. But Starry going to find himself a triple kill. Makes it look all too easy. And surely now has set the team up for success. Dink lands onto Kaze. Both remaining Rare Atom boys going to be incredibly low. And they are locked off. They've only got about 10% of that A-bomb site to work with, and the gap getting smaller and smaller. Kaze, as he commits to this fight out towards long, surely gets flanked out here, and that's just what they're waiting for. Westmelon to find it. Mercury can't find any more than one. Linvision will get another round and edge ever closer to the victory.
There we go. There we go. Brilliant. Really well, plays well from that pit position. That's the important one. We've seen Starry step up, and he hasn't very much at all this game. He has been extremely quiet. Pick this moment. 3 extremely important kills. And there is 2 rounds away for Linvision to see themselves in towards grand final spot. Of course, dropping Rare Atom in towards that lower bracket. That makes Rare Atom a very scary lower bracket team. Focus on whatever. Utah B drops towards top B as per, but this time bottom banana smoke doesn't actually go that deep. It gives some room for Rare Atom to play around with. I think they may have an understanding here. You can kind of see the way Linvision are setting up. A little bit more B presence than usual. Even A somewhat undermanned. Just the likes of Zaka and Starry left there.
For now. Flash coming around in towards Banana to give some information for Linvision. Not going to go deep, but they spot that there's no one there. So they will feel pretty confident to go towards a 4-man A play by the looks of it. And although kind of a passive one, it is a 4-man A play. Eventually. Flash coming in for that T side to gain some brackets control. Molly keeps the apartments player at bay, but Rare Atom are showing no signs of slowing down. Another close-knit smoke to keep them at arm's length. Starry finding one from the pit position. Amelia comes through the smoke, nearly gets 2. Hell of a spin around, to be fair, from Mercury, but Starry from pit has just mowed them all down for a 4K.
And again, Starry, that's our 7 kills in the last 2 rounds. From that similar position. And Rare Atom, they just can't seem to deal with him. I don't know about you, but I think this one's done. I feel like they've done enough here. This has been really solid. Linvision, they've done just enough to keep that breathing room in their favour. And look over towards the T side. They've got to pause, but you can understand why. Bottom right, no money. Surely it's game set here. Surely it's done. Because there's no cash left in those pockets. You got to feel for Rare Atom. This is a brutal way to bow out. Unless, of course, they can pull off something magical. An AK over towards Mosaic. Mercury with a Galil. And it is actually going to be 3 pistols to round it out. This is pretty damn brutal, Scriv.
Yeah, really a scary prospect, I think. I don't know that they survive this one, to be honest with you. Really would not expect it if you ask me. So it would be a hell of a thing if they can even just find the 1 round here. But Counter-Strike, not over till it's over. That's the one lesson I've learned over all these years. Nice nade to open up. Turn nades are nearly perfect. Just a second or 2 too early. So we'll see. Mosey are going to be leading the charge. Mercury also in the main pack. That's what we're expecting. These 2 rifles take over the game. Smoke comes down. Molotov as well is still committing to a smoke on that T side. Certainly an interesting prospect, especially when you are lacking in the utility. I mean, you know, they've already thrown their choke smoke, so you might as well just hold on to it. But it's a little niggle that I have with that one.
Westmoreland's going to sit the smoke here. This could be huge. Messiah might not clear it. There's 1, 2 for him before he's traded. Jam Yong will find one, but he should fall momentarily. Going to dink off before he drops. But it feels like it must be enough, surely. Bomb will be planted with just shy of 30 seconds. Numbers don't favor Rare Atom. This has got to be game set, surely. 2 versus 3, but there's 2 rifles still in play. And a great flash as well, which will catch Starry and deny tempo on that rotation. But they do have kits. They do have time. They do have numbers and util as well to clear them all out.
We'll see for the game. They are going to give it their best college try here. 1 on high. Goes down quickly. Advent in for a fast trade, but can't hold the line. They've got kits available. They'll get the defuse in, and they will win out the series 2-1. Can you believe it? Lin Vision. Lin Vision, the boys from last season, they won it out in season 44, of course, and now they are looking to do the same. They will be the first team locked into the grand final, but they beat out Rare Atom, who so far have looked like our best team, have all this international experience, and Lin Vision, maybe you'd consider them to be sort of 3 or 4 in the region. Well, they've just proved why maybe they could be considered as one of the top, if not the first team in the region.
That's crazy. Really well played. I mean, that really sets them up for such confidence. And I think the biggest thing as well, it just gives them so much time to prepare for whoever's going to be in that final. If it's Rare Atom, they've already done the bulk of their preparation. If it's the Mongols, they can get ready for them as well. And of course, there's maybe another team. Like we said, they've got a couple of days spare. That's massive from Lin Vision. Credit to them as well. And I think the really important thing for me as well, especially in map number 3, was they weren't relying on Starry. That's super important. Granted, he got those kind of 7 kills in 2 rounds. But for the bulk of that game, Starry had a really kind of quiet performance. He did not show up when we called upon him. And it shows that other individuals can step up and make a difference. Zaka, really solid from him as well, right? Making his name known. And that's something which I think is really going to be important going forward. This Lin Vision side, they're scary. They've got a deep map pool. They can play across a variety of maps. And teams should be fearsome of them. Whoever meets them in the final, I hope they're ready.
Yeah, really looking forward to how things continue to pan out over the next few days. We are going to be focusing on the lower bracket side of things over the next couple of days, but make sure that you do indeed tune in. We got games going on all the way through until Sunday when that grand final is going to be. And of course, we get to lock in an Asian team for Pro League, which is just so cool. And I think really, for me, I'm quite happy that they brought back the instant promotion to Pro League. I think
agree.
It just adds a bit more stakes to the playoff stage, especially of the ESL Challenger League. Nonetheless, folks, that's going to be us for today. We'll be back tomorrow around 2 o'clock Central European time, so make sure you are here. See you there.